Going to go ahead and get started. I want to first of all welcome everybody to our June 16th commission meeting, and we have a full house of staff and of our residents over here, so looking forward to hearing from all of you and in our presentations, proclamations, and citizens to be heard. We will start with the invocation, led by Commissioner Latvala, and followed by the pledge, led by Commissioner Peters.
Dear Lord, thank you for gathering us all here safely. I pray that we will have a productive meeting today, and I pray that you will give everyone here wisdom, and I pray that you'll give the County Commission wisdom as we ponder important decisions before our county today and in the coming weeks and months. I want to pray especially for our president and our federal leaders in Washington, D.C., as they have very important decisions in keeping our country safe and prosperous. And I want to also pray for our governor and state leaders, as well as our local leaders in the Tampa Bay area. And I also want to pray especially for everyone as they leave this meeting and travel home. And I pray that you will get everyone home safe to their families. In your name I pray, amen.
And before we start with our proclamations, I wanted to thank Deputy Kevin McSweeney, Deputy Jeff Atkinson, and Corporal Clyde Thornton for being here today. Sergeant, you as well. Thank you for being here, for taking care of us, and for all the service you do for the residents of this county every single day. So God bless you, and thank you for being here. All right. This first proclamation, obviously an important year for this country as we celebrate 250 years of being the most amazing country in the world. And so today we're going to do a proclamation for Independence Day, and I'd like to welcome and ask the following folks to join me up here. Joan Russell, Regent Lori Coffey, Past Regent Barbara Backus, come on up as I mention your name. Member Sue Simmerman, Member Irma Anderson. Let's see, did I get everybody? No, I did not get everybody. I would come up here, please. You're right with you. I know there was an extra name because I wanted to make sure I knew how to pronounce her name, and it wasn't on this list. So it's also good to have Charlene Dazowski here. All of you ladies, it's great to have you here. They're all daughters of the American Revolution, Caladesi chapter, and it's great to have you here this morning. And I want to read the proclamation, and then if one of you would like to make a few comments, that would be great, and then we'll take some pictures, okay? On July 4th, 1776, a Declaration of Independence was adopted, establishing the United States of America and affirming the principles of liberty, equality, and self-government. The year 2026 marks the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America, a historic milestone known as the semi-quincentennial, and for 2.5 centuries, the United States has stood as a symbol of freedom, democracy, and opportunity, shaped by the courage, innovation, and dedication of its people. This anniversary provides an opportunity for all Americans to reflect on the nation's history, honor the contributions of those who came before us, and inspire future generations to continue the work of building a more perfect union. Communities across the nation will commemorate the historic anniversary through educational programs, community events, historical recognition, and celebrations that highlight the nation's heritage and shared values. The Daughters of the American Revolution Kalidisi chapter encourage civic pride, community engagement, and appreciation for the freedoms and responsibilities of citizenship about this shared history. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that July 4th, 2026 be celebrated here as the 250th anniversary of the United States of America.
Thank you very much. We're so excited, obviously. 250th birthday of America. And yes. And we all can be Americans no matter where we were born. I was born in Japan. I'm an American. How exciting is that? That's the beautiful thing about being an American. And one of the things that you may not know is that I have 30 ancestors who fought in the Revolutionary War. And if all of our members did, that means we would have at least 2 regiments, just from one more. But the thing is, anybody in here could have an ancestor that fought in the war. You just may not know it. We're lucky because we know it. We love researching our families, and we are able to find all of them. If you're interested in finding your families, I have some forms that I'm going to hand out. I wasn't going to, and I thought I was late. And also, I have a gift for you as well, for all of you guys. So anyway, thank you very much for this honor, and I probably won't be around for the 300th, but it's exciting to be here for this one, and we want to remember it. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
We're going to line up right in front of this podium, right up over here.
In the middle.
Okay. Our second proclamation is a Juneteenth proclamation. And I'd like to invite David Baldwin to come on up. And got some family members that would like to join you. They're more than welcome. I don't have all their names here, but you're more than welcome to come up here and support David as we give him this proclamation today. All right. David, this young man right here, is the grandson of Mr. Dan Henry, who played a pivotal role in establishing a tight-knit, self-sufficient community in Pinellas County referred to as the Dansville area. Thank you for being here today, my friend, and accepting this proclamation. Each year, June 19th commemorates the emancipation of being enslaved people in the United States and is commonly referred to as Juneteenth, recognizing a pivotal turning point in American history. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, warning Confederate states that he would declare enslaved people free forever. On June 19, 1865, the Union troops marched throughout Galveston, reading to the people of Galveston that all slaves were free, and the formerly enslaved citizens rejoiced in the streets with jubilant celebrations. On December 6, 1865, the 13th Amendment was passed, which formally abolished slavery in the United States of America. Enforcement of the Emancipation Proclamation occurred only in the Confederate states that were under Union Army control, and Texas was the last of the Confederate states to receive orders requiring the end of slavery. Juneteenth is an occasion to remember and reflect upon the struggle to gain equality of African Americans during slavery and after emancipation. Juneteenth is a day to honor and reflect on the significant ways that African Americans have enriched society through their steadfast commitment and loyalty to the American ideal of freedom and justice for all. We recognize the significance of residents such as Dan Henry, who in 1946 purchased two 40-acre tracts in Pinellas County, built a home for his family, encouraged other African American families to settle in the area, and subdivided the land into smaller home sites by informally stepping off parcels from the original tract. Dan Henry played a pivotal role in establishing a tight-knit, self-sufficient community in Pinellas County, which grew to include about 80 homes, a store, and Mount Olive Baptist Church. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that June 19th, 2026 be recognized as Juneteenth right here in Pinellas County.
Morning. On behalf of my granddad, Dan Henry, I would like to accept this award for him. I know if he was here, he'll be overexcited, just as I am. And I want to thank the county commissioners and all that had a part in this, making this possible. I appreciate it, and I'm not going to be long because my daughter and them always tell me I'm too long in it. But I just want to say thank you, and it's a great honor for us, for the Dan Henry's family. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Wanda McCarthy, the president of Friends of Ridgecrest, and it is an honor to be here this morning to witness Dan Henry and grandson and family to be honored with this proclamation. Yes, Juneteenth is a celebration that we do in the Greater Ridgecrest community. We've been doing it for about 15 years now, and we are proud to be an American and be an African American in the Greater Ridgecrest community in Pinellas County. We are celebrating Juneteenth on Friday night at the Y with the Groove Night, and we're looking for all our young adults to come out and groove with us on Friday night. And we're also celebrating on Saturday with our graduates. We honor our graduates on Juneteenth celebration, and we honor the past, and we serve the present, and we inspire the future. So we're having a program at the YMCA to honor our graduates, to tell them about the past and serve the present and inspire them for the future. Starts at 10 o'clock a.m. on Saturday morning. Come on out and be with us, and we have the grand finale of our great fish fry. in the community. So we invite you to come and be with us. Thank you for this honor. Thank you for letting us be here this morning. God bless you.
Okay. Our third proclamation goes to our Waste and Recycling Workers Week proclamation. And I'd like to ask Paul Sacco, who is the Director of the Pinellas County Solid Waste, William Joseph, Sanitation Director, City of St. Petersburg, and Tracy Meehan, Corporate Communications Director, Waste Pro USA, to come on up here. The nation celebrates the week of June 15th to the 19th as Waste and Recycling Workers Week. Effective garbage disposal leads to the higher standards of public sanitation, which promotes health, prevents environmental contamination, and reduces the risk of disease. Proper collection, transportation, and processing of garbage and recyclables are vital to preventing litter and illegal dumping. The county's integrated solid waste management system is comprised of garbage and recycling collection and transportation performed by municipal and private haulers, nonprofit organization, and disposal facilities managed and operated by county staff and contracted entities. The actions of residents and visitors and businesses to recycle responsibility, along with the collection, transportation, and processing of recyclable materials, help to lessen the burden of county's waste-to-energy facility and prolong the life of the landfill. The people serving in the garbage and recycling industry perform an essential service by making significant contributions to the safety, health, and welfare of residents. Garbage and recycling collection is documented by the federal government as being in the top 10 most dangerous jobs, and the safety of waste and recycling workers is important to Pinellas County. Pinellas County values and celebrates the garbage and recycling collectors, recycling processors, and all others employed in the garbage and recycling industry to serve residents and local businesses, and recognizes the importance of their safety as they perform these essential services. And now therefore be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that June 15th to the 19th, 2026 be recognized as National Waste and Recycling Workers Week. So congratulations and thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much for having us here today. It's an honor to receive this on behalf of all of the solid waste workers, waste and recycling workers in Pinellas County and beyond. We appreciate the acknowledgement and the hardworking men and women behind this that make curbside magic happen with collections, transport, and disposal. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of Solid Waste and the passionate staff that we have out there, your contractor for FCC Environmental that operates the waste energy facility. We have Waste Management that operates your landfill. All the garbage that's generated comes to us, and we dispose of that. It's an integrated system. We couldn't do what we do without the private haulers and also our municipal partners. So we appreciate that and the recognition. We appreciate the board's opportunity for us to do that safe. I can tell you at Solid Waste, we're 6.5 years without a lost time injury. We're proud of that, and we want to continue to do that as safely as we can. So thank you all very much.
Good morning. Just to kind of piggyback on my colleagues, I want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for recognizing June 15th through the 19th as Waste and Recycling Workers Week. And also, I like to thank the men and women that dedicate their lives to the residents and the businesses to make sure that the streets and businesses are all clean and safe. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. We'll move on to our citizens to be heard. We do have a few speakers this morning, and I will call you up one at a time, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and we have one group speaker here at the end of the group. So, all right, we'll start off with Joey Krasnolsky, and you're going to say your name for me when you get up here because I just did a terrible job. Yeah, I did. I try not to, but Krasnolsky. Joey, welcome, and you'll have 3 minutes. Introduce yourself and your address, and
name,
Yeah, lift that
my
up.
name is
either
Joey
way.
Krasowski. I'm doing this for an autism certified program. I know this thing. How you doing?
Could you lift that microphone up a little
Oh,
higher
this-
for him?
Okay.
Sir?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. My name is Joey Krasowski. I'm an autistic individual, a college student, and an advocate for autism. I'd like to propose an autism certified officer program for security and law enforcement for in Pinellas County. I'm an autistic individual. I don't always know whether the officers or security officers I'm speaking with understand autism or know how autistic people communicate. Many people do not know I am autistic unless I tell them. And they can sometimes lead to misunderstanding. Autism is a spectrum. Not everyone autistic person is the same. I like to compare autism as a puzzle piece. One puzzle piece does not fit every puzzle. Every autistic person is unique. It has different communication style and support needs. This is why I believe officers and security personnel should receive autism awareness training. Thank you, sir. I know, I'm sorry.
You're doing a great job.
I'm sorry, sir. And be able to wear a visible patch or showing they have completed the training. This would help autistic individuals recognize trained personnel and feel more comfortable asking for help. I believe the program would improve communication, build trust, and help make our community safer for everyone. And continue on to nursing. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Joey. Thank you, Joey.
Commissioner.
Yeah.
So, just, Joe, you did a really great job, but I do want you to know that in Florida, they do give extra training to law enforcement. I don't know about security officers, but law enforcement. And then there's a blue envelope program that you can keep your driver's license in, and then an officer will know. So there are some things that Florida does that are good, and maybe we just need to do a better job. Right. Yeah, I understand. Like an officer wears a CIT pin when they're trained in behavioral health. Yeah. So, well, that's good to know, but thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Joey? Hey, Joey, could you mind leaving your comments here? Because we'd like to be able to get back with you and chat with you. Do you mind leaving your comments with one of the officer will take that from. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate your being here this morning. Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, Diane Doldy? Yes, Duld, excuse me. Well, that's two names and two people that I've messed up. Come on up and you've got your, please introduce yourself.
Our oldest.
And he'll remind you of that, always.
My notes are on my phone. Diane Dold. And I want to say thank you, good morning to everyone for allowing me to be here and speak. My topic is on Lake Seminole management. Before I begin, I want to extend a sincere thanks to the Public Works Department, specifically Matt, and I'm not going to attempt to pronounce his last name. I'll leave that to you. As we speak, he's out on Lake Seminole right now taking care of some clippings and things that have been problematic on our lake. And I happen to live on the lake, as many other residents who are here do. I recently reached out regarding an issue with overextended cattails, and Matt's team, or Public Works, proactively sent a crew out to spray and manage them. Our neighborhood deeply appreciates that swift response. And and excellent communication, may I say. I'm here today to build on that success by proposing a long-term, proactive solution to a more to a problem with the massive overgrowth of, you know, the weeds and the that choke out our shorelines. Communication with the county at this point is reactive. And because residents can't get their boats out of where they are next to the seawalls, who live, you know, on the lake like I do, because of the weeds, they're taking desperate measures. Some are spending out-of-pocket dollars, hiring private divers to clear paths so they can get the weeds out of the water. Their boats' engines are becoming entangled. Also, others are taking matters into their own hands by buying chemicals and spraying along the shoreline, which we shouldn't have to do. I haven't, but I know there's other people that are doing it. That toxic spraying is a disaster for our ecosystem, and we shouldn't have to choose between a poisoned lake and unusable boat docks. I want the board to authorize, I'm proposing that a formal Lake Seminole resident public works liaison position or committee be established. We'd partner with the Environmental Management Division to achieve two goals: a coordinated mechanical harvesting schedule. Instead of relying on individual chemical spraying, the county and residents can coordinate a predictable timeline to deploy perhaps floating mechanical harvesters, which cut and remove weed biomass entirely, clearing navigation paths without toxic chemical runoff. And streamlined communications. A single volunteer liaison can, with non-emergency, report to Public Works that can save our county tax dollars.
Yeah, I think that's all the time. Diane, if you if you haven't already, could you send that to my office? Just email it to me and we'll pass it around.
Certainly, will do. Thanks again, everyone, for listening.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is Greg. Greg, it starts with an F, R-O, I think, Frockel, but I'm sure that's a third one. Now, third name, third person I've messed up, so my apologies. Greg, come on up.
Thank you. My name is Greg Stokel. I live also on Lake Seminole on one of the channels. We've got a tremendous problem with the sewers are all draining into a pond and then into the lake, and the sand and cans and garbage. It's like a giant retention pond. It really is, and we can't get any help. There's a section. I live right on the water. It's all weeds and sand. We're also right now getting our sewer lines redone. They're almost finished. And they've pumped so much silt into that lake just to keep the water table down. It's not their problem, but some of the silt bags exploded when they were pumping. Took them 3-4 days just to get one box in because the water was so overwhelming. But anyway, it all starts at 104th Street going into Lake Seminole. It's a drainage canal. And the amount of stuff that's coming through there is unbelievable. It's, like I said, it's like a giant retention pond. I've called several different agencies in the county, and everybody seems to want to pass it off on somebody else. And so anyways, sure like to see something done about it all.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Greg. Laura? Laura wants to speak about data centers, and last name is Moans or Moores? Laura, well, I think it's Laura. Lauren, I can't tell at the end. You want to speak about data centers? Yes. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lauren Monis. I live in St. Pete Beach. I'm also the president of the Florida Coalition for Safe Technology. We are a grassroots organization made up of Floridians from across the state who are advocating for safe and responsible technology on the local and state levels. For the past year and a half, we have fought cell towers being placed in our neighborhoods in the right-of-way. They're only 10 to 20 feet from our homes. This is extremely dangerous, and it plummets our property values. This placement is irresponsible, and it's egregious. I want to encourage all of you to work with our state officials to amend 337.401. It's the Advanced Deployment Act. Amend it so that we, as Floridians, can have some protection so that these cell towers don't go right in front of our homes. We are also asking you to ban data centers, hyperscale data centers. We don't want them here. No one wants them in Florida. No one wants them in the United States. They're unnecessary, and they're for mass surveillance, and no one wants mass surveillance. So I'm here to ask you to ban them, or at least put a 12-month moratorium on them. About 10 other counties have done that so far in Florida. So I think Pinellas County can follow suit. And I understand that Senate Bill 180 preempts new restrictions on land use, but also Senate Bill 484 preserves local authority over large-scale data centers. So local communities and counties can regulate these data centers. So we can't use Senate Bill 180 as an excuse to not do anything about this. And I know, Kathleen Peters, I've read an article, you were against this, so I really encourage you. I'm happy to work with you as my entire coalition. We're statewide, and we're happy to work with you and get this done, because I really think, like, no one wants these here. So please follow suit with the other counties that are also doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Lee Hansen.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Being a Florida native in Largo, Florida, I know how much Florida has changed just in the time that Trump has been president. Not only will AI data centers change the outlook of Florida, it is also to spy on your people. The destruction of the land, the erosion of the ground cover, the water coolant is not only bad to the environment, the erosion, the water is harmful to the fish, animals, and the people. A study done at MIT has said, pardon me, I'm nervous, I haven't spoken since high school. Now, here we go. Over 144 companies in China, if we are supposedly to compete with China, out of 144 AI data centers that they've done in China, only 10% are still functioning. So that is only 10% that they're even generating revenue. And most of the time, the land that they're using, once it has been built up for AI data centers, it cannot be used for anything else due to the coolant runoff and the harmful contaminants that they've done. Excuse me. Some data centers would rather sit empty rather than pay to use for the electrical and the water usage that it would take to even run these data centers. And as I stated, once these are built, you cannot go back and erase the ramifications that you've done to the environment. And a lot of times also they're saying that the kickback and the write-offs that the government is giving to these companies is a large portion of why they are even building these data centers. They're not even using them, and they're destroying Florida. And if you look around, a lot of the changes that are happening to Florida are not for the better. Being a native, you can see the cell towers, the concrete structures going up around town, a lot of the new apartment homes, townhomes. We don't need any more buildup and just destruction of beautiful Florida. And not to mention, if it's all about greed, which this administration is totally about greed, once that is built and you get your kickback, there's nowhere left to go. And if you build up Florida, too much is going to be like another place. And then you're not going to have the people coming to Florida to visit another place with all the townhomes, et cetera. So how is it you say? You're biting off your nose in spite of your face. So please, no data centers. Being a Florida native, keep it beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura Lee. David Ballard Geddes Jr.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Let's say, for instance, that I went door to door in every neighborhood in the county, and I deceived all the residents into signing the reclaimed water variance application, which in effect grants me development rights throughout the residents' entire parcel of property. It permits me the right to replumb all the residential homes with reclaimed water for laundry and toilet use. The variance quarters the consent of the homeowner into forfeiting their Third Amendment rights, allowing me the right to enter the homeowner's property day or night as based on Pinellas County Resolution 95-286, Section 3K, and to levy an annual indoor water inspection charge for water use privileges as written in Chapter 1, Section 13 of Maloney's Water Code, published in 1972. The variance affirms my reasoning to take hold of civilian Fourth Amendment rights in my doing of things in Statute 15320 and allows my seizure of civilian-owned property claiming eminent domain of both personal and real property of the residents in Statute 15303, Section 5, tapping title to the residential homes in Pinellas County Ordinance 97103, Section 126509, taking hold of their religion too in my development rights as I have contrived, as I have invoked. And let's say that I want to sell all of these development rights to a third-party developer, transferring such development rights in order to limit my liability, and the legislation and the judges were all in on this scam, using third-party mercenaries as written in the Declaration of Independence, using Bashawas as referenced in Federalist Paper number 30. We've got a problem when it comes to water and the 14th Amendment in this country and trying to limit political liabilities. And this conversation's on the table. Thank you.
All right, Greg Pound.
Yes, Greg Pound, Largo, Florida. I just want to bring up St. Petersburg, Florida's largest LGBTP is this month. And thanks to the county commissioners, they granted $40,000 for advertisement for this kind of activity. The number one, this is out of the newspaper, number one thing destroying people from Genesis to Revelations, all through history, has been one sin, and the sin is called fornication, and that is premarital sex and sex outside of marriage. The Bible says run from it. It tells the young people to run from it. Instead of us running from it, we're teaching it to the children, we're pushing it on the people, and it's destroying us. This county, last week I went to the public library, they had a suicide crisis seminar, saying that this county has a suicide crisis with white males between the age of 50 and 60 years old, and it's out of control. Then we have the highest suicide rate in the state of Florida among young people and the highest drug problem in the state of Florida among young people. So as I've been working with the county now, trying to get into position, I started with AFA, American Family Association, Defending Families, and since I've started that, I've been under attack by the courthouse, the sheriff's department, police's department, harassing me, and it all has to do with, and it's all documented. What's so amazing, they document it themselves by the activities they do. So I ran for sheriff, and this is a statement out of our Constitution. It says, Florida Bar was unified with and became part of the Supreme Court and made every state bar member lawyer a person belonging to the judiciary branch of government. So I ran against 3 attorneys. Robert Guattari was one of them, and he comes in uniform in violation of our election code. And so what happens is we have a major problem in this county with corruption. And all the perverts, if you were to see all the people that are at the top as being child molesters in this county has, this county has literally destroyed the family and gone after the children. I can show you one article after another. I've been keeping them now for like 20 years and documenting this stuff. And we have a major problem in this county, and it's being covered up. Robert Guattari is a cover-up for what the court system's doing. He's working with the court system. How can someone smash into my car? How can you beat me up for running for sheriff? And we go to trial. I win the trial, but no one's charged for all the crimes they committed against me. I've been arrested for standing on corners with signs that says rescue my family or documents out in front of the sheriff's department. How can I be hit in a car, smash total out my car, blow out my neck and back, and then I'm fined a final judgment against me for $18,000 in this Pinellas County court system? How does this stuff happen? And the list goes on and on and on. I don't have enough time to explain it, but it's wild.
Okay, thank you.
You guys got to clean up your corruption.
Thank you.
Clean it up.
Aiden Barnes. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Eggers. Hi, my name is Aiden Barnes. I was born and raised here in Pinellas County. I have been a homeowner in Largo for about 20 years now. I serve on the Largo Library Advocacy Board. A lot of great things happening in Largo. There's a few things I'd like to talk about that tie into each other. First, the proposed county budget. Second, the homestead exemption increase on November's ballot. And third, a quick reminder that we'd have a lot more money freed up for roads, parks, and infrastructure if that $165 million in Penny for Pinellas money wasn't going to things like housing development projects. And I know another speaker touched on all the development. I just can't believe Pinellas County taxpayers are voluntarily giving extra money for development on top of all the taxes we already pay. So I'm hoping in 2030, when Penny for Pinellas is over, I hope it stays over, because I don't want extra sales tax going to, more development. Being born and raised here, this county has changed a lot. And I just think we're just building over every square inch of land here. And like the other speaker said, we're about to the point where, what made this county so great, it's going to be gone because it'll all be developed over with townhomes and condos. But anyways, data centers, I agree with the other speaker. I would love to see a ban on data centers in this county. I'd love for everyone on this board to get behind that, because this is what the citizens want. We do not want any more data centers. There are 130 data centers across the state already and counting, and we don't want one here. So I'd like to address the proposed millage rate for next year's budget. I know the rollback rates are back to 90s levels. Let's do it even farther. We can do this because property taxes, the values have gone up so high. I think we can have a larger millage rollback rate to offset this burden. I just feel really bad for people. A lot of people are struggling in this economy right here in Pinellas County. I work in the public school system. I see these families, they can barely afford anything for their children. So not only are they paying in sales tax to Penny for Pinellas, they're also, a lot of people want to stay in their homes. Some people like me bought years ago when the property tax values were a lot lower. So if people want to move, it's impossible now for a lot of families. And I want this board to know so many people are struggling right now. So let's go back to the table. I'm sure cuts can be made. I saw the budget. It is huge. One thing I was really surprised about is the Sheriff's Department, $476 million, a $20 million increase, support the police, but that's a huge budget.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Aiden. Caitlin New.
I'm here today to address the grievances of the people of Pinellas County. I am here on behalf of my office administrator, who had to leave Pinellas County for Hernando County because she had an $18,000 annual tax bill in Tarpon Springs. I'm here because for some reason the county budget has doubled, but yet the population of the county has decreased. The county commission has grown fat on the backs of the citizens of Pinellas County. I'm here because common sense would be to pour money into beach nourishment projects. Common sense calls for protecting the people from invasion of privacy. Instead, Sheriff Gualtieri embraced the deployment of flock cameras, which will no doubt be weaponized against the people to track and mine data, a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. Common sense calls for the elimination of property taxes on an allegedly conservative-dominated board, but yet there's been an outcry from the majority of this board against DeSantis' initiative of property tax elimination. If this body really worked on behalf of the people, none of my friends' presence today would be necessary. Yet here we are, losing out on income and productivity to enforce oversight of your egregious violations against the people of Pinellas. What's baffling is that the people seem to get more interactions and responses on Facebook than they can when they enter this building, which is the people's building. What's even more baffling is that when I, a citizen of Pinellas County, interacts on a Facebook post of Chris Shearer, who was promoting his trip to the UK as a trade mission, the post gets deleted and I'm gaslit by the commissioner's wife as being hateful and unappreciative of his creativity. All this ironically on the same day you had specific training on the parameters of the Sunshine Laws, blocking me from your public page and unblocking me all in the same day. And then Brian Scott comes to my page, likely because you were all discussing county business outside of the Sunshine. And this isn't the first example. Latvala on a trip to Philly years ago, Eagers on a trip to Ireland, Kathleen Peters on a trip to British Columbia. And these are just the ones we are aware of, all on the back of Pinellas County taxpayer. Allegedly, there are rules of conduct when speaking from the dais, but yet the rules of holding public office seem not to be applicable to this governing body. There's been no oversight for how this body acted spending COVID care money. There's been no accountability for how bed tax has been spent, which may I remind you is still the people's money and not your personal piggy bank. There's been no accountability for the struggle the people of Pinellas had to wait for months, if not years, for rebuild permits post-hurricane. As I look around this room of elected officials who aren't even really participating in this meeting and are preoccupied with their phones and businesses on your computers, I'm extremely disappointed. Barry Burton just had a card game up on one of his tabs. Do you think we can't see what's going on? Don't we pay you enough to do your work outside of the meeting time? On behalf of your lack of common sense and flagrant abuse of taxpayer money, I feel...
Okay, we have Linda Marcelino. Is Linda here? Okay. And then David Happy has 4 folks that are here for him. Christine Kluwer, is she here? Okay, thank you, Christine. Kelly Popple. Kelly, thank you. Karen Panarelli. Thank you. And Gina Casa. Thank you. Good morning. You'll have 10 minutes. David, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is David Happy. I have the distinct honor of having been named Florida politics' biggest loser in the 2024 election, which is amazing because I never ran for office. So apparently I'm uniquely qualified to talk about losers. And under this county commission's tax record, the biggest losers appear to be the property taxpayers of Pinellas County. Today I want to talk about one government term that taxpayers need to understand, which is ad valorem. When you hear these commissioners talk about ad valorem, they're talking about property taxes. They're talking about the taxes based on the assessed value of the property. When this county talks about that, when they talk about lowering the millage rate, taxpayers just need to ask one question. How much money did you actually collect? Because taxpayers don't pay talking points. In 2018, ad valorem property tax collections were $410 million. Under this county commission, in 2025, that number had swelled to $620 million. That's roughly $210 million more per year than the county was collecting in 2018, a 51% increase in property tax collections. So when these commissioners say, we lowered the millage rate, my answer is simple. Who cares? Who cares that you lowered the rate? If the rate went down but collections went up by 51%, that's not restraint. That's not conservative government. That's a shell game. Pinellas County's total budget, total spending in 2022 was $2.9 billion. That includes capital expenses, all the special projects. $2.9 billion in 2022. $4.8 billion in 2026. That's not modest growth. That's explosive local government. While county government was growing, Pinellas County's population was decreasing. Do you all know that our population in Pinellas County right now is less than it was in 2018? So we're paying more. You guys are spending obscenely, and we have less people living in the county. Taxes are rising and the population's falling. Something's wrong here, commissioners. That's why Pinellas County has become the poster child for why Governor DeSantis needs to step in and intercede. You are the poster child for why property tax reform is needed in Florida. If local government can collect $210 million more per year in property taxes, grow the budget by $2 billion in just a few years, watch a population decline and still call it fiscally responsible, then local government is not capable of policing itself. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Some of you are warning about the dangers of property tax decreases. Commissioner Peters said, this is going to bring unintended consequences if we cut your taxes. Commissioner Scott called this an unbridled power grab. Commissioner Egger said the government's the best that's the closest to the people. You're not wrong. You're just not the government that's the closest to the people. When government raises collections while the population is falling, grows the budget by $2 billion, and hides behind millage rate theater, that's not local governance. The unbridled power grab is not in Tallahassee, Commissioner Scott. It's right here on my tax bill. So let's talk about the dais. Let's talk about our county commissioners. Commissioner Peters, you were a huge talker when the Democrats controlled this commission. Now you've supported record spending before this commission, and many of the things that we've spent money on, you introduced. Commissioner Latvala, you're on video campaigning that you would vote against every tax increase. Every single budget you voted for since you've been here has been a record, both beating the last one. Commissioner Eggers, I hope you enjoyed your trip to Ireland last month. You at least head faked that you were going to do millage rollbacks before you voted for the budget last year, the record-breaking spending budget. Commissioner Scott, you said one of the first things you were going to do, the first thing you were going to do when I was on your campaign bus, you said, first thing I'm going to do is put in term limits. I'm going to raise it for a vote. You remember what the first thing you did was? You voted to put Janet Long as the chairperson. We're still waiting, Commissioner, for that promise of the first thing you said you were going to do. Meanwhile, you voted for every record spending bill that's been before you. That's not what you said you were going to do. Commissioner Flowers, I didn't vote for you. At least you're honest. You tell the people you're going to tax them, and then you tax them for your special projects. You're the honest one. Commissioner Nowicki is the only one here that voted against this record spending bill last year. Commissioner Scherer, champagne and caviar in Europe while taxpayers are staring at rising bills? That's a terrible optic. I didn't vote for you because I didn't think we needed a developer on the county commission, and I was right. But the people got exactly what they voted for, and that's the bigger point. Taxpayers were told that Republican control of this commission meant restraint, accountability, smaller government. I donated to more than one-year campaigns, as did hundreds of other taxpayers, because we believed you when you promised these things. When Charlie Crist is running to the right of all of you people, Charlie Crist is running saying, hey, we need to lower property taxes. Commissioner Scott is saying that's an unbridled power grab. Charlie Crist is running to the right of this county commission. A Republican county commission should not need Ron DeSantis to force it to act like taxpayers matter. But here we are. So let's talk about oversight. We got our unelected county administrator. Barry Burton's our county administrator. We pay him an annual salary and package that approaches $400,000. Did you know that we recruited Barry Burton from Lake County, Illinois, when there was an investigation as to financial oversight and management in the county that we pulled him from? Did you guys know that Lake County, Illinois is in the top 10 spending counties out of 3,500 counties in America? How did we get this guy? So I got one question for you. Because he's bringing you yet another record budget, he's going to probably propose a millage increase. At a minimum, our taxes are going through the roof and your spending is going through the roof. He's going to bring you a higher spend budget. So do you work for him or does he work for you? Because it sure seems like you county commissioners work for Barry Burton. It's time to correct the oversight problem we have in this community and with this county commission. Who's watching the spending? Who's watching the watcher? Who's telling the county administrator no when he brings these absurd budgets before you that include, I watched some of your budget meetings. By the way, the public wasn't allowed to speak at those meetings because the staff that gets incentivized to raise the prices proposes an increase. The county administrator oversees all of that, and these people don't get to say anything at your meetings. That's part of the problem. So what do we need to do? What do we need to do? We need to stop hiding behind a millage rate and publish a plain English year-by-year explanation for what's happened between 2018 to 2025. We need to direct the county staff to propose a rollback budget. And we need to support real property tax reform like bold commissioners are doing all across the country. It's not going to have unintended consequences to let the taxpayers keep more of their money. Pinellas County is not your piggy bank. You are the poster child for why Governor DeSantis needs to step in and protect our interests.
Okay. Okay, thank you all. Appreciate your being here today, and we. Yeah, I know. All right, we're going to move on. We have a couple public hearings this morning. Item 5. Yep.
I just want to advise that when we get to item number 42, I will have to recuse myself because I did check with Jewel. I serve on the board for Area Agency on Aging, And under item number 42, they're being recommended for funding from the social action funding pot.
Okay.
So they're supposed to have the documents I need to sign today, but I just wanted to make sure I got that out so that when we get to that
Okay.
item, it
All
wouldn't
right.
upset the
All right.
flow of your meeting.
Gotcha, okay. All right, first up, public hearing, Flume 26.01, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda items number 5 and 6 are companion items, so I'm going to read them into the record together, but they will need separate votes. Agenda item number 5 is case number FLU 2601. This is a request for a future land use map amendment from residential rural to institutional on approximately 2.69 acres located at 2577 Keystone Road in Eastlake Tarpon. And item number 6 is a case number ZON 2603. This is a request by Al Rahman Incorporated for a zoning change from RA Residential Agriculture to LICO Limited Institutional to Conditional Overlay on approximately 2.69 acres located at 2577 Keystone Road in Eastlake Tarpon. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying I do. The public hearings were properly advertised. Affidavits of publication have been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for this morning? You want to move forward with the presentation? Are we comfortable with what we have in front of us? Commissioner Flowers, did you have anything?
No, sir.
Okay.
I was going to move
Oh, I thought
approval.
you-
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry. Move approval.
A motion and a second by Commissioner Peters, and this is on item 5. Any other comments? Could we pull up the board, please? I can't see the board up. Yeah, there we go. All right. Okay, that passes unanimously. Item 6 is the companion item. That's the zoning case. Motion by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any question by the commissioners? Comments? Pull up the board, please. Motion carries unanimously. On to item 7, please.
Agenda item number 7 is a proposed resolution approving the fiscal year 2026 to 2027 annual action plan and authorizing actions related to the administration of the Community Development Block Grant, HOME investment partnerships, and emergency solutions grant programs. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay. Questions, comments? Yes, Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So after the passage of this, do these new dollar allocations take effect immediately, or is it the October 1 funding year?
Joe's on its way up.
Huh?
Joe Riddle, Housing and Community Development. Yes, ma'am, they do go into effect October 1 at that time of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Scott. You can pull up the board. Thank you. Need a few more. One more. Oh, there we go. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're on to the consent agenda, and in our workshop the other day, we discussed item 27. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that and put it up first under the regular agenda. Does anybody else have anything to pull? Do you have any questions on the rest of the consent?
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I just had a question under item 28.
28? Correct. Okay.
So that's the detailed log for the administrator. So I guess 20, item number 20 on that was a $115,000 loan to ARC Tampa Bay under Resolution 2122, and I couldn't find that resolution, so I just didn't know if we could just have a little bit more detail
All right,
on
let's
that.
pull, let's go ahead. You said that was is that 28? We'll pull that one. Anybody else have anything to be pulled? Okay. Do I have a motion for approval of the rest of the consent?
Second.
Commissioner Flowers? Second. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll move on to item 28.
20 on 28.
Yeah, 20, yeah.
Greg, do you have an answer on that? This is affordable housing funds for the Arc of Tampa Bay for the renovation of Encloak Group Home. It's a loan amount of $115,000.
I need somebody to come up and speak into the
So,
microphone.
well, we also don't have Bruce here, who oversees the housing.
Oh.
So, since I didn't know, I didn't, ask them to attend. What we can do is just postpone this item, and we'll just put it on the
Okay.
next agenda.
All right, that's fine. We're going to get some answers.
Is that the only item?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yeah.
Or maybe we can wait, and I can get you an answer before the end of the
That's
meeting.
fine.
How about
We can,
that?
we can revisit it either
Okay.
later or next meeting.
So
Either
we'll-
way, just,
We'll have it by the time we get to the county administrator's
Okay.
report. How about that?
all right.
What is it? I know. I haven't read it.
Well, I guess my Granicus, it doesn't pop up in the, it's
Can
not
you
attached in the
just give me the-
Granicus.
Well, I'm just looking at delegated log. I don't know.
Okay,
Can
let's
you
go
give me an
ahead.
answer?
Barry, we're going to go ahead.
Yeah,
We'll come back to that.
We'll come back to that item.
Okay. We'll move on to the regular agenda, and the first item is the one I pulled from the consent, item 27, a ranking of the firms, agreement with Fleshman Garcia Architects for professional design services for the East Lake Community Library expansion.
And Tom, who's going to address this?
Tom Almonte, Assistant County Administrator. Following our last review of that agenda item, I met with the Secretary Director, Anne Marie, and they would like to proceed with the project. The Deputy Director is here, and he can answer any questions related to it.
Okay. It really was in the context of, it wasn't so much the context of the work, it's the context of.
Can they operate?
Of if we pass the
Maintain that,
item.
yes.
And it moves forward, are we going to be in a position of funding? And so the question was, do we want to move forward with the design in thinking that, we'll have to wait for the outcome of the election? That was the election, outcome of the
Correct.
item.
And they assure me that they can maintain the facility, but Dino can answer that question.
Go ahead.
Yes, even with budget cuts for our ad valorem taxes, we would still be able to function as a library and retain our core services. The biggest thing that we have discussed in renovating and expanding the library is better utilizing the space, reducing the amount of service points, and creating space for patrons to be able to utilize the library. That's our biggest issue with our current building. So utilizing the space better is really what we're looking to.
Okay. So Barry, this project is in the penny?
Yes.
And it's cash, right? I mean, we're paying it through the penny dollars, no
That's
debt.
correct. Yes.
No debt.
And they have $2 million that go towards the project that they've raised.
2 million towards, what's the estimated cost?
7.5, so $2 million towards the
Okay, so
7.5.
the balance of that's in the penny.
Correct.
And they're not concerned about staffing
Yeah, I think to
reductions to be
summarize, I
able
don't want to speak for him.
Hold on. They're not concerned about staffing reductions if the budget is, the reduction in ad valorem taxes for our homes is passed.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, we will still be able to staff the building properly.
Okay. All right. Just wanted that on the record now. Open up for conversation. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate your being here today. Any comments, thoughts about moving forward with the design of the expansion of the East Lake Library? Okay. What's the will of the commission? Motion by Commissioner Nowicki to pass that. Second by Commissioner Scott. Any other comments, questions? Pull up the board, please. Number 27. Do you have that? Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Ahead of me. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 32.
It's ranking of firms for 4 firms for St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. This is professional engineering services.
Motion by Commissioner Nowicki, second by Commissioner Latvala. Any questions on this item? Pull up the board, please. That passes unanimously. Item 33.
It's the First Amendment term extension with Trane for the Central Energy Plant maintenance and services.
Motion by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any questions, comments? Pull up the board, please. Motion passes unanimously. Item 34.
These are the next 4, just small slivers of land that we're getting rid of that followed construction projects. So the first one.
34, 35, 36, and 37.
That's correct.
We can do that, right? Yeah, okay. A motion by Commissioner Nowicki, second by Commissioner Latvala for approval of 34, 35, 36, and 37. Are there any questions or comments by the commission? You go ahead and pull up the voting board, please. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 38.
This resolution is approving a substantial amendment to the annual action plan for additional homeless prevention funding, about $1.6 million.
Okay. Anybody? Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. Any comments or questions on item 38? Pull up the voting card, please. Motion carries unanimously. Number 39.
This agreement is for the coordinated access model for the IT platform development with Ignite Group. And this will bring that in-house, $1.3 million that will be paid for out of opioid abatement settlement funds.
Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any comments or questions? Pull up the voting card, please. One more. Commission, passes unanimously. Item 40.
This is our Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant Funds, $190,000.
Motion by Commissioner Nowicki, second by Commissioner Peters. Any questions, comments? Pull up the voting card, please. Motion passes unanimously. Item 41.
The opioid abatement priority list recommendations from the commissioners to the Florida Department of Children and Families.
Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Nowicki. On item 41, any comments, questions? Pull up voting card, please. Motion passes unanimously. Item 42.
These are our funding recommendations for the fiscal year 2027 Human Services Social Action Grant Program. $1.7 million.
Okay. I think we have some questions on this one.
Okay.
So whoever's handling this one needs to be at the mic and ready for conversation.
Come on up, Jennifer.
morning, Jennifer Artiaga with Human Services.
Say your name again, please. I'm sorry.
Jennifer Artiaga with Human Services.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Jennifer. We have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Commissioner Scheer?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Jennifer, are any of these contracts time sensitive? Because
So the nature of the social action funding process is it is an annual application period. So each year we do an annual application cycle, and the awards that are recommended today would run October 1st through 9/30. So it is limited to FY '27.
I think, no, I haven't had a chance to go through the budget for this department, in detail. And this is a proposed contracts for the 2027 fiscal year, so I just don't understand why we would.
Could you speak a little
Oh,
closer?
I'm
to that?
sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure.
This contracts are for the 27 year, and I haven't had a chance to go through this whole department to see. I mean, I'm just wondering why we're approving things that, for a budget we haven't approved yet.
I guess because we've had the selection. I mean, it doesn't have to happen, I'm just saying. They've had the selection, they just bring it forward. But there's nothing that says we can't wait and look at things more and bring it back next month to, if we have some questions. Commissioner Scott, excuse me, did you have anything else, Commissioner?
No, that was my concern.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got some concerns with this because I'm afraid that if we approve this, we're creating an expectation of funding. And we have not decided on our 27-year budget yet. And I think that all funding, discretionary funding, it needs to be really looked at very, very closely, which is what this is. And I don't want to put something on the table and then have to take it off. I'd rather we just defer this until we get down the road with our 27 budget, and then, or maybe even just wait until November. And, if we want to do this, then we can come back and do a budget amendment. But I kind of feel this is a little premature.
Okay.
I agree.
So we can change it, it's obviously at your discretion. The way and this is how we've done it in the past several years, it's so they can get all the contracts in place and have those ready to where the funding can start on October 1 for the new programs. The contracts and stuff are subject to your approval of the budget, though.
Correct.
So if in the budget process you would eliminate that or change that, well, then you're under no obligation to move forward. But again, that's how we've set those up, because otherwise then it takes like 2 or 3 months to get all the contracts in place and everything based upon that. So the nonprofits are then waiting until January to get their funding.
Yeah, so that is the impact. Thank you, Barry. That's accurate in terms of the approval, whether it's now or next month, really is allowing us to ready the contracts for execution pending approval of the budget.
Yeah, I think there's two things. One, maybe a little more time to look things over, which we could take this in July and have that discussion then. And if we're comfortable moving forward with the understanding that these groups are subject to final approval of our budget and all of the things that we're going to be talking about really in, over there, please. That we have time to take a look at it under the scope of our budget discussion. And so, as long as they understand that, because we really have obviously a tight budget coming up, and those discussions are going to get a little, heated, discussed, and we're going to have some time to do that. So we'll be doing that mostly in August. So, but to the point about time, I think that's a good point. So we could have that, I think we can move this comfortably to July, and that still gives everybody 2.5 months to do, if we decide to move forward with it, subject to the final budget being approved. It gives people time to do what they need to do. Is that okay with everybody to just
That's what I
kind
would
of
prefer.
Yeah.
I'd like to look at the whole
That's
picture.
fine. It's fair enough. I mean, I have some questions too about, the scoring system and how close some got and got nothing, and how close the same people asked for a whole bunch and got everything. And to me, it's more spreading it a little bit and letting some of our other groups, like CASA, like Feast, like HEP, all of those, they got nothing. And and most of those were close. They were right up there, the same scoring that a couple of others had. So I'd like to have that kind of discussion in July as well. Anything else that we want to bring forward for thoughts to Jennifer in preparation for the July discussion?
Well, Chair,
Yes.
on that thought, I mean, I'd be okay with scaling back some of the HLA funding and giving it towards some of those organizations you just mentioned.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so we'll have that discussion. Yeah, Commissioner Scott, did you have any?
Yeah, and just, I think I might have mentioned this last week in one of our budget sessions, but, you know, when we're talking about potentially deferring raises for staff, you know, I'm just uncomfortable
Understand.
approving dollars to go, we need to take care of our own first.
Yeah, understand. Well, again, we're going to move forward or not in July with the understanding that it may not make it through the budget process.
Yeah, if we have the discussion in July, just understand we've pushed back the budget, my budget recommendation to August the 11th, so just.
Yeah, right. So we're not having the detailed budget discussion in July. It's
Yes.
going to happen the first meeting
Correct.
in August. Yeah. Okay, all right.
So
we're
we'll put it
gonna
on the
look-
July, and you can make a decision at that point
Yeah.
if you want to delay or act.
We just need a motion on this to move it to a date certain, or does it?
On something like this, you can just simply defer it. It's not a
Okay.
public hearing type item that needed to be advertised.
Well, I think-
You know, and I will mention too, most of your contracts, and I'm assuming these do, have fiscal non-funding clauses that you can exercise
Correct.
if you do not fund something. And that's the whole point of a fiscal non-funding clause, is to say, this contract is contingent on budget actually being provided for it.
Yeah, I'm not.
But again, you could create an expectation.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and we want to make sure that those folks out there, they probably understand that, but just want to make sure that's clear. And we'll have this discussion. So we'll have a motion. Do we have a second to defer it to July? Second? Yeah. Second? Yeah, okay. Motion and second to defer this item to the July meeting. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, Jennifer. Okay, item 43.
It's a First Amendment to a purchasing authorization with Home Depot. I think staff sent you some additional information requested since last Thursday. If you're comfortable,
Any
move forward.
questions on this item? Did we get what we needed?
I'll move approval. Though, is there any way, Barry, we could get like a list of other, I don't know if there's other contracts that have been like approved under the 250 threshold that have been going on for like multiple years? I don't know if we can get a list of all of those contracts sent to everybody for review.
Chris is shaking his head yes.
Okay, yeah, move approval.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Nowicki. Do I have a second? He made a motion. We need a second to put.
Or not. Just to approve the.
The motion to approve item 43. Commissioner Nowicki okay, second by Commissioner Scheer. Commissioner Nowicki asked for a list of contracts that have been signed under the 250 threshold, and we can get that, so.
Sure.
Not a problem. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other comments, questions? Okay, pull the voting card, please. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. On to item 44.
It's Emergency Watershed Protection Grant Program Agreement with the Department of Natural Resources and Conservation Services.
A motion by Commissioner Nowicki. Second by Commissioner Peters. Could somebody just briefly tell us what this grant, I mean, I can read it. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
just,
no,
this
I
is
think
this is,
I think this is a huge grant, so.
it's a big number, so I'd just like to have it's got a, big project ahead of us. So Kelly, thank you for coming forward. Appreciate it.
Kelly Hammer-Levy, Public Works Director. So when we had all the channel flooding during Hurricane Milton, to restore those channels, you have to go through a federal process to get approval for that work, but also to get funding for that work. So instead of going to FEMA, they require that you first go to NRCS to request that funding. If they have funding available, then they will oversee that process, not FEMA. So that's what we've been doing. It's taken quite a long time to get here, but they do pay 100% of the construction, and they also pay for the construction oversight services. So while it's taken a long time, it's a great benefit to the county.
And so these 4 creeks that you've identified, 4 or 5 creeks you've identified, that's going to get the primary,
Yes, everywhere where erosion or vegetation destroyed the bank, where we had slumping. So we had to basically go out there with NRCS staff, and they walked the channels, identifying each location and the scope of the work necessary to do those repairs.
mostly bank issues?
Mostly bank issues, correct.
Great, because I know there's a lot of problem areas.
Yes, there are.
And yeah, and they're all under kind of an overlaying easement.
These are all sections where we do have rights. So there are, I know there are some areas where where it's private, and that's on the private property owner to handle, but everywhere here, we have rights or we have an easement that allows us to do this work.
Yeah, and so it would be nice to know, I mean, I'm not talking about voting yet on the voting issue here, but it'd be nice to know the issues that those creeks have that are outside the scope of the work that we're going to be doing. Do we have other problems there? Because, I mean, I'm envisioning this channel, and we're working on the areas that we can do. The rest of it probably may or may not need work, I don't know, but not necessarily under our purview.
Correct, yeah, we don't typically inspect private sections of the channel, so I can't speak to.
We're supposed to be inspecting for movement, and making sure that it's clear for movement, so we don't have eyes on those areas at all?
There are areas that are completely, they're completely fenced in, they're completely private, there would be no way for us to get in, but basically we go from the upstream into the downstream, and we can see water moving in between there, then we know it's flowing freely. But yeah, there's a lot of areas where we have no rights whatsoever, not even a flow easement that is just for.
Excuse me, that last part?
We don't even have what we call a flow easement in-out. So there's a lot of areas of major drainage channels that are wholly private where we don't have any type of rights at all.
So we have to go to the homeowners and.
Correct, yes. When we had to do that.
They have the responsibility to maintain the banks and the flow there?
Yep. Yeah, we had an area on Alligator Creek where a private property owner had a tree across the channel, and it was blocking flow, and they were responsible for it. So yeah, it's a
What do we
challenge.
do in case of emergency? What happens?
We can't touch private property in an emergency. You'll remember a number of years ago, there was a case, that came up, and that happened during an emergency. And so the very firm county policy that we don't touch private property, even in the state of emergency, unless we have the rights in place, and that, if it is absolutely necessary and a property owner will allow us to do it, we can get a temporary construction easement or a temporary right of entry. But we cannot go onto private property and clear anything without the proper rights.
Seems strange. I don't mean that we can't go onto private property. I'm talking about in the case of emergency for all the other public damage that it could cause from backing up. But again, a discussion for another day. Appreciate it. Any other comments or questions for Kelly? Thank you. Okay, we had a motion and a second. Any other thoughts? Okay, pull up the card, please. Need 2 more. Commissioner Peters is motion carries unanimously. Item 45.
It's a grant agreement with U.S. Department of Transportation. This was also a question last Thursday. I think staff sent you additional information clarifying what it's used for.
Yeah, I think we brought that forward during the meeting, during the workshop. But any questions or comments on this item? Motion by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Bring up the card, please. Motion carries unanimously. 46.
It's a Resilient Florida grant agreement with Florida Department of Environmental Protection for the 98th to 100th Way Drainage Improvement Project.
More drainage work. Yeah. Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Scheer. Any comments, questions on item 46? Bring up the card, please. Motion carries unanimously. Item 47.
It's a Resilient Florida Grant Agreement with Florida Department of Environmental Protection. This is for the Crystal Beach Drainage and Roadway Improvement Projects. This is the companion to item 29, and this is for the actual improvements.
Motion by Commissioner Peters, a second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any comments or questions on item 47? Bring up the card, please. Motion carries unanimously. Item 48.
This resolution is supporting the honorary designation of County Road 1 from State Road 586 Curlew Road to Tampa Road as Sergeant Nicholas A. Flowers Memorial Road.
A motion by Commissioner Nowicki, second by Commissioner Peters. And that, if assuming this passes, that will be scheduled for when? July 30th? The end of July, we'll be having a actual ceremony out on County Road 1. Staff will give us all the details at the appropriate time. Any questions or comments? And this will be a section from Tampa Road to Curlew. There'll be a sign at both ends that will designate that road as Sergeant Nicholas A. Flowers Memorial Road. His mom will be at the ceremony, and his widowed wife and son, I think, will be at the ceremony. I know the wife will be, and the son may be as well. So they are looking forward to that on the 30th, I believe, 31st. Bring up the card. Yes, did you have a question? 31st? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Bring up the card, please. One more. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody, for your patience on this item. We'll move on to item 49.
This is a second amendment to the cooperative funding agreement with Florida, Southwest Florida Water Management District. This is for grant funding, amount of $119,000, county matching the same amount.
Motion by Commissioner Nowicki. Second by Commissioner Scott. Any questions, comments on item 49? Bring up the card, please. Motion carries unanimously. Item 50.
This is a Sixth Amendment to an agreement with Image Trend for safety and emergency services or emergency medical services records management system.
Will of the board. Motion by Commissioner Scott. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any questions, comments? Bring up the card. Motion carries unanimously. Number 51.
This is a third amendment with an agreement with U.S. Emergent Technologies for grit removal services at utilities.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. Any questions on item 51? Bring up the card, please. Motion carries unanimously. 52.
Third amendment with Unify for voice over IP, internet protocol for telephone equipment and maintenance services, a little over $1 million.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Scott. Any questions or comments on 52? Bring up the card, please. Motion carries unanimously. Number 53.
The issuance of 17 certificates of public convenience and necessity for non-medical wheelchair transport and stretcher van providers.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. Any comments or questions on item 53? Bring up the card, please. Motion carries unanimously. Number 54.
Under item number 54, I recommend that you ratify the chair's approval to file a petition after an animal was seized by Pinellas County Animal Services.
Motion by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any comments? Oh, we'll go ahead and take that recommendation. Bring up the card, please. Item passes unanimously. Number 55.
In item number 55, I recommend you approve staff's recommendation on the proposed settlement and the reference case that was outlined in the confidential memo.
Item 50.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Peters. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any questions, comments? Bring up the card, please. Motion carries unanimously. Anything else, Jewel?
No reports today.
All right, County Administrator's report. We got 3 or 4 items to get, at least update us on what's going on.
Well, we have several items. First, if we can go back to the delegated log, item number 28, and then Joe can come up and give an explanation to Commissioner Nowicki's questions. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, sir. That $115,000 was for renovations at the Anclote Group Home for the Arc of Tampa Bay. It provided HVAC replacement, generator installation, 3 bathroom renovations, and flooring and door replacement. To your point for the resolution, that was our authorizing resolution giving authorization for the SHIP grant. These were SHIP funds, our State Housing Initiative Partnership funds, and that was our resolution that provided authorization to spend those funds.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Mr. Amonte sent me the copy of that resolution. You know, it talks about in the resolution, there's a local housing assistance plan. I guess I was just more interested in, like, how does that one organization, was there like an open grant that multiple people could apply to? Or,
yes, sir. This is part of the Affordable Housing Funds.
Right.
That application is open continuously, and they made application through there. The list that you're talking about there is the State Housing Initiative Partnership Annual Action Plan. It is the state plan of how we use our SHIP funds. Okay. So it's just like the action plan except for the SHIP funds.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Nowicki,
Second.
second by Commissioner Peters. Any questions, comments? Bring up the card, please, for item 28. It's really item for item 28, but that motion carries 5-0 unanimously. That's okay. All right.
Next, Commissioners, we discussed this last Thursday as a result of House Bill 803 over in Building and Development Services, the fee modification. That recommendation and a resolution is in your packet. We need to add this to the agenda and act on it.
And you're looking for approval to move
We're
to send the
asking
letter.
for this be added to the agenda and the approval of this modified fee structure.
Okay, so we need a motion to bring it to the agenda.
Yes.
Motion to bring it on. Second by Commissioner Peters to put it on the agenda. Okay.
And Kevin briefed you on it. If you're
Yeah.
comfortable,
Yeah.
act on that, or we can
So
bring him
it's
up
about
back up to
sending this
explain.
letter.
No, that's a second one. So if this is on the fees for Kevin McAndrew's shop.
Say that again.
This is the fee modification over in Building and Development Review Services.
Oh,
BRS.
okay.
Okay, so
All
if we can act on that first?
Yeah, okay. Do I have a motion for approval of that? Okay, yeah. No, we brought it on to the agenda for discussion. Okay, no, it's okay. Okay, motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers.
But do we actually get a copy of it?
Yes, we have copies. Are there?
But did we actually, I never received like a hard copy or digital copy of it.
We gave it to you on Thursday.
Oh, okay.
We
Okay.
passed it out on Thursday.
It's at the desk, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, it was on Thursday, yes.
Oh, okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, I stepped out for a moment. Just remind me what we're voting on
This is
here.
the fees for Kevin McAndrew's shop,
Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
The adjustments.
the adjustments.
Okay, we had a motion and a second. Any comments, questions, other than Commissioner Nowicki hadn't really looked at it yet, so. Bring up the card, please.
We're going to get there.
Yep.
Oh, mine says towing update, voting on.
No, this is not for that. We're just bringing it up one item at a time, same thing. That's okay. We're talking about the fee adjustments to our building department. That's what this is approval for.
You may want to just do a voice vote on this, since it's in addition
This
to the
is all-
agenda.
If it's easier, the board can take a voice vote on this item, because it's towing update, because it's reading what's on the agenda, and it's pre-inputted in there
Yeah.
already.
Since we added it.
That's fine. We've added it all under these items 57, so that's why it's coming up, that same thing. But we'll do the rest of these, if we need other votes.
Okay.
We'll do them. So do we need one more person in this? Yeah, one more, come on. Okay. Motion carries unanimously. All right. Now, the rest, if we have any other votes on this item, we will
Yes.
do it vocally.
And then
Go ahead.
the second item that we had asked is that authorizing the chair to send a letter on the Sankey erosion control line.
Motion by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any questions or items on that? This is about sending a letter regarding opposition to the petition for rescission of the erosion control line in Bel Air Shore, Florida. Okay. All in favor, say yes. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, the third item I need to do is to read this for a future meeting. So there will be a TEFRA hearing on July 21st. St. Paul's School, a Florida nonprofit corporation, has requested that the Pinellas County Educational Facilities Authority restructure and reissue the Pinellas County EFA Series 2015 bonds. For the Series 2015 bonds to be reissued as tax-exempt bonds, the school must receive TEFRA approval by conducting a TEFRA hearing. The school has requested that this occur at the Commission's July 21st meeting. The county would not be the issuer of the bonds, and the bonds would not be a debt, liability, or obligation of the county. So I just need to put that on the record. That concludes that item. The next item we have is a CDBG DR update, and I would invite Erica Henry, our program manager, to come to the podium to give you a short presentation.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Erica Henry, Disaster Recovery Program Manager for Pinellas Recovers CDBG DR funding. I'm excited to be here today to give you some updates on how our program has been progressing since we opened applications in October of 2025, and to present to you some policy recommendations that we have to cast a wider net for applicant eligibility. To date, we have received over 8,689 applications, which shows that our community is listening. We've had a great response from them. We are oversubscribed in our homeowner reimbursement and homebuyer assistance program, and continue to seek applications for our homeowner rehab, local landlord, and disaster relief recovery payments. We've started increasing outreach efforts through attending hurricane expos, social media plugs and radio live streaming, sending out mailers to those that were in our FEMA IA database to increase awareness and application. Our team continues to monitor program progress, application trends, service gaps, and area needs, and we'll be discussing some of those policy recommendations later today. We have approved a total of 464 applications with a total award amount of $29.4 million to date, and applications are being approved and moving through that process daily.
Just a quick question. What's the stream look like? Stream of applications? Is it a trickle? Is it a babbling brook, or do we have a flood stream going through of applications? How would you kind of describe it in your own mind?
Sure. So initially when we opened applications, obviously we had done a lot of outreach and really encourage the community to be active and apply. And so we had a really great turnout in the beginning, and we have tried to continue that outreach effort by doing city-by-city outreach efforts, connecting with the mayors and other representatives of those cities, and getting the word out to everybody in those communities, doing community events and whatnot. So our application stream has slowed some, but we are continuing those application outreach efforts to continue the submissions of applications.
Yeah, it's interesting that the very next slide that you have to present, because it's perspective. So trying to get some perspective on, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of folks out there that are missing opportunities here,
Yes.
and that's the messaging. And yet it seems like on the next slide, that looks like relative to others, we're not doing badly.
No, sir.
Go ahead.
So yes, here's the next slide. So this is a depiction of our other first-time grantees and our neighbors in neighboring counties and the progress that they have made as well thus far with using the CDBG-DR funding. So historically, it takes about a year to a year and a half to get programs up and running. And Pinellas County has far exceeded that general time frame as we opened applications in October. So as you can see, our expenditures, we've drawn $8.6 million from HUD, and our county alone accounts for 66.5% of the total draws of these 9 different grantees. So we are leading the pack and proud to be leading the pack. The map on the right shows the total awards locations where applications have been approved and people have received assistance. So you can see that our awards are pretty well spread throughout the county. Our top 3 cities continue to be Clearwater, Largo, and unincorporated Pinellas. This next slide outlines some factors that are impacting eligibility. So we've had about 5,240 cases that have gone inactive or closed for a range of different reasons. And so when we drill down to those, these are our top 4 standout reasons. So the first, at the very bottom, the 1942 is not eligible. And just for reference, 749 of those are not eligible due to being located within the city of St. Pete, who has their own separate CDBG-DR allocation. So that is why the majority of those are not eligible.
What would you say the other maybe 1 or 2 key reasons for eligibility is? Because that might be driving some of the folks that don't want to apply. They're like, well, I've heard that, these are the reasons, and maybe it might be unique to an area or, a group, and they shouldn't necessarily rely on what they're hearing, but rather apply. So if you don't mind, maybe 2 or 3 things that jump out at you.
Yeah, so there are many different factors that can come into play for not being eligible, whether it be geographic location, whether it's not your primary residence. Or even some people are voluntarily withdrawing because they don't like some of the aspects that our programs are offering.
So we didn't have a program that fit them, or they just didn't like the requirements of the program, or?
Not necessarily. So, we're constantly evaluating these programs and identifying service gaps in areas where we could open up and cast a wider application net. And so some of these policy recommendations that I discuss a little later in this presentation will address some of these that were already determined not eligible to being eligible. So we're trying to open it up as wide as we can while still maintaining HUD regulations and guidelines.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The next most frequent closure is for non-cooperative or non-responsive. So these are applicants that we have tried to reach out to that are not responding to our efforts to communicate, or where we have requested documentation that is required for the program and they are not willing or unable to provide that documentation. The next one is where an applicant will voluntarily withdraw, and that can be for a number of reasons. Maybe they just aren't interested in the program anymore, their issues have been resolved. or their need just isn't there anymore. The other one that we have on there is for suspected irregularities, and that is primarily focused in our disaster relief payments for renters. And that is where we are seeing activity that is concerning or potentially fraudulent. So we are partnering with our local Office of Inspector General as well as HUD's Office of Inspector General and referring those cases for additional investigation.
Yes, Commissioner Scott. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick question. So on the non-cooperative and non-responsive, how does that kind of break down? Is it mostly people that cannot provide the documentation that's required? Or is it people that file an application and then just forgot about it and just decided not to follow through, or what?
I think it's a pretty good mix of both. They're pretty evenly distributed in that number. It just depends. So I'll bring up Ryan Flannery for BDO if he can shed some more light on the drill down of that non-cooperative, non-responsive.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. So we could get you those numbers. I don't have them off the top of my head. I don't really have much more to add other than it's fairly evenly distributed. I mean, oftentimes it's a situation where applicants either don't want to provide certain documentation. Citizenship documentation has been a big one for us recently. They don't want to give their passports up or their birth certificates. Other times they just may not have certain documentation. But the process works. We give them multiple opportunities. We work with them very closely. In fact, oftentimes we'll help them actually, like for example, access the IRS website to be able to get the documentation we need for income purposes. So we do hold hands as much as we can, but sometimes applicants just either choose not to provide or cannot for whatever reason. But if there's more information that you'd like for us to compile, we can get that to you.
The main reason I asked that question is that my office has been contacted, and I assume all of us probably have, by a number of people that said, hey, I submitted my documentation back in October, I've submitted it 3 and 4 times, I was told I qualified, and then I get an email or a phone call or whatever a couple weeks ago that says, yeah, you don't qualify, sorry. So, it's just that there's a level of frustration out there with that.
Understand and take that very seriously, right? So we want to make sure the process is as least burdensome as possible for applicants. We're always balancing that with our compliance requirements and the fact that these programs fundamentally do require a lot of documentation. And so there have been scenarios, we're talking a bit about, we'll be talking a bit about policy changes. We've made some minor policy tweaks, process tweaks, different documentation that we believe can help streamline, which actually I think sometimes applicants will see as, well, now you're requesting something else from us, but ultimately it really is us streamlining that program. So I think what we've found is there is a general frustration with the number of documents required, and I think that does come out when the documentation is requested. And sometimes applicants think they're giving us a certain document, but it's not the right document. For example, tax returns, we need the tax transcript. They may not understand what a tax transcript is relative to a basic 1040 document or some other document they have. So some of it's educational. We have to talk to them, work through some of those things with them in order to be compliant with the HUD requirements.
There's a lot of strings attached with federal money, but
there are, and we are doing a lot to try to reduce those burdens on our applicants.
Thank you.
And Commissioners, also just know that we set up the contract with them to where they only get paid as a contractor when they get an approved application. So it's incentivizing them to help our residents get through this process as much as possible, but it has to be HUD compliant.
We had this may be as much for Kevin, an after-the-fact permitting process that we said you didn't ask for the permit up front. We're allowed a pathway to get a permit after the fact. At the same time, those folks that obviously they did it without a permit, they're not going to be they can't then seek reimbursement. So is there a way to tie that together? Is there an opportunity on the after-the-fact permitting and advertising, in addition to making your house more marketable and saleable later by getting this after-the-fact permit in place, you also could be reimbursed for some expenses. We have several programs that might fit you. I don't know how that works. Kevin, maybe you could comment on that as it relates to this.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. BDRS actually has partnered with the recovery team on all of our outreach events for after-the-fact permitting, where there is the ability to become eligible for reimbursement with an after-the-fact permit obtained. So this has been one of our approaches to incentivize our residents to come in, to become compliant with an after-the-fact permit, and at the same time become eligible.
How are we doing on that after-the-fact permitting process?
We've had some surges of good activity, typically following mailings that we've sent out. And in fact, we just sent out last week a postcard reminder regarding after-the-fact permitting. At the end of June, the waiving of the 2 times the normal permit fee will sunset. So this was the timing of getting that in place, again, was to bring as many residents forward as we can. We've made that process as straightforward. In almost every case, it's a homeowner that is obtaining this, because if a contractor was pursuing it, it would have in effect have been a violation of doing work without a permit. So these are permits that we're able to almost in every case issue on the spot, either across the street, or in the case of our mobile home parks, we're able to also do that on site.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Kevin. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, and now to talk about some program accomplishments. We're really excited to share this information with you. So we do have applications that are running through our review and approval process every day. And so some highlights for our homeowner rehabilitation program are that we currently have 20 homes that are assigned to 10 general contractors for construction, 5 of which have already started construction and 2 have already been completed. Our local landlord program as well has 3 homes that are assigned to 3 different general contractors, and they are also in the pre-construction phase. So we're very excited that this program is ramping up and ready to roll. Our homeowner reimbursement program continues to do well with over 81 approved applications and 25 grant agreements that have been signed to date. 23 actual payments have gone out to applicants as a result of a final review and payment by the clerk's office. Our home buyer assistance program continues to do well with 41 closings to date and people moving into their new homes, and 44 applicants who have already been approved that are searching for the home of their dreams. Our disaster relief payment program has over 200 applications approved, 166 grant agreements signed to date, and those payments are made directly to the applicant as well after a final review and approval by the clerk's office for payment. So I did want to take a second to thank the clerk of court for all the work that they're doing and the positive partnership that we have together. So now, as I've said, we've been evaluating program progress, applications, some service gaps, and areas of need that are still needed. So I did want to talk about some policy recommendations that we have to cast a wider net to be able to serve more people, get money out the door quicker to people that are truly in need. Our first is regarding our multifamily structures, so think condominiums, townhomes. This request is clarifying how condo owners can be served, that we would serve them through the homeowner reimbursement program versus the homeowner rehabilitation or local landlord program for repairs that have already been completed up to $50,000. The second topic for a policy recommendation is regarding the homeowner rehabilitation and local landlord program and the homeowner insurance requirement that we currently have for this program. This is not a HUD requirement, so we are requesting to update the guidelines to encourage homeowner insurance after construction rather than require it. This would help to lower the financial burden to entry for most of our vulnerable applicants. The third topic is mobile home unit elevation. So originally we selected 5 feet, and we would like to increase that to 8 feet elevation. This would be able to assist more mobile home units to elevate them, and approximately 72% of our total mobile home applicants may be able to be served with a change in this policy. The next one is regarding our reimbursement award thresholds. We are looking to put a cap on the amount of assistance for our mobile home unit reimbursement to $15,000. And we're requesting this change to align with the federal cost principles and cost reasonableness, as well as to make it equitable with our HRRP program, our homeowner rehab program. Oh, sorry about that. The next topic is regarding our homeowner reimbursement program and the minimum property standards. We would like to modify the requirement for these standards to allow applicants to receive awards for even if their home still has minor quality issues like peeling paint, a cracked window, a smoke detector that is not installed. So these homes are fundamentally safe to occupy and are livable. And so this modifying the minimum property standards in this case would allow more applicants to be served.
And so, Commissioners, these are minor tweaks to the program. If you have any concerns about them, then we can discuss those. If not, it doesn't necessarily require a vote. They can just incorporate these, but these are policy changes that they want to incorporate into the program to help speed up these areas.
And they're our policy.
Well, they would be modifications to our policies. These do not require HUD approval, so it's below that threshold.
Understand.
So,
Are there any questions from the commissioners? I would like to see a vote on this by the commission.
Okay.
So, Commissioner Scott, did you have a question? Oh, Commissioner Flowers, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the viewing audience, what does HRRP stand for?
Homeowner Rehabilitation Reconstruction Program,
What does LLP stand for?
the local landlord program.
Thank you. Sometimes persons don't know what you're talking about, and we use those acronyms frequently. Number one, I do support the update guidelines to encourage homeowners insurance after construction rather than require, because we know that has, well, the concerns I've gotten, that has been a major barrier with individuals that are applying. That's number one. Number two, I want to make sure I am understanding, so under your HRRP, LLP eligible structure types, you're asking to remove multifamily structures.
Yes.
Would essentially be condominiums. And in exchange, it would be reimbursement structure types to add condos as a component. I just want to make sure that people who are watching now or later will understand that should they live in a condominium that may have suffered damage, they still are eligible to apply. Okay.
Just to be
The different category.
under reimbursement.
Right, under a different category. For your, this is a question, for those persons who we've been able to assist with their home owner purchasing.
Yes.
Congratulations and thank you.
Yes.
Can you give me an average amount that we have provided someone with that assistance?
So
If you have that.
our awards are up to $80,000, and most of our awards thus far have been for our low to moderate income population to get them into homes. So it is generally around $70,000 to $80,000 range.
That is, again, good to hear for the viewing audience, because a lot of persons think they don't qualify potentially for that program.
Yes.
The other is the very last one, reimbursement minimum property standards. You'll slide over, Mr. Thank you. That's okay. Modify requirement for minimum property standards for reimbursement to allow applicant to receive awards with minor quality issues. Can you give maybe one example so that persons will know what might fall under that court category where maybe they would qualify?
Absolutely. So we're looking at homes that are livable, that are fundamentally safe to occupy. They may just have minor repairs that are needed, such as a fire alarm to be installed or a smoke detector to be installed, a cracked window, or peeling paint is another minimum property standard that we're looking to lessen the strictness of.
And that will be all, again, as a result of your home or condo having received damage as a result of Hurricane Helene or Milton.
Or Idalia, yes.
All right, just want to make sure, because again, some persons still don't quite get it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's just getting the message out to people. So
Yes.
not only getting it to them, but that they can clearly understand it, and then to trudge through the process. And that's, a lot of hand-holding, I'm sure. So,
Yes, and we are happy to walk them through the process.
yep.
Chair, I wanted to clarify something real quick. When you talk about approval, so these together, these policy recommendations could help roughly 300 of the applicants that are just out there waiting right now, depending on other qualifications. Some of these, 2 of these, would require an action plan update that would require your formal approval. The policy items we've talked about before, we've been in front of you several times and had policy discussions, and those are not required to be approved, the policy per HUD, but we are required to have this type of discussion with you. So, so you can vote on them, but you would see 2 of these back before you at an action plan stage, which we would need a formal approval from HUD. But do you know?
I've got it, yeah.
Okay.
So it would be for the reimbursement structure type, because we are opening up eligibility. It would also be for the minimum, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. The next policy is on the next slide that I'll be discussing, and it will be a substantial amendment to the action plan.
So the only one on this page then is that the second one.
Correct.
So if we wanted to just approve the other ones, we can approve that list, except that one.
Incorporate it into our program guidelines.
Okay.
And the purpose of that through HUD is just speed. So we all talk about speed of these applicants are waiting, they may have applied in November, and so just to get them in the pipeline.
Understand, perfect. Commissioner Scott, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this may be on a page to come up here, but you mentioned earlier in the presentation that there was one program, I forget which one, that was oversubscribed.
Yes.
So is this designed to sort of even that out, or is that a further policy recommendation?
So this is designed to really cast a wider net across all programs, even if we are oversubscribed, because there are applications that people have applied for that they may not be eligible or meet those basic requirements.
Are we at a point where we need to be moving money from one program to another at this point, or we're still?
No, we're not there yet. We are continuing to evaluate. I mean, we evaluate on a consistent and ongoing basis. As far as, do we need to pause applications for certain programs that are oversubscribed? What additional outreach is needed? What kind of policy recommendations can we make to widen that net of availability? So it is a continuous and ongoing process.
Yeah, I know, we'll get to that one side. That's really the tough part. And I certainly don't have the answers on where to get the word out to an audience that actually might be interested in listening to it at that time. So I don't know.
We've tried to get really creative with our communications department as far as the different outreach opportunities that we can do, and they've been really great and responsive in trying to get the word out to as many people as they can.
Go ahead. You had one more.
I did want to add that the reimbursement threshold for mobile home units for $15,000 would also be a substantial amendment.
So that one, we want to pull that off as well?
It would be a substantial amendment for the action plan, yes. So those 3.
Okay, so those, okay. So we'll pull those 3 off and vote on the rest of them.
And then I do have one more policy recommendation to discuss, and it gets its own slide because it's a lot of information. So this would be a substantial amendment to the action plan as well, and it is to create a pathway within our homeowner rehabilitation program for our mobile home or modular home unit owners where replacement or reconstruction on the site that they're currently on is not feasible or safe. So these are your low to moderate income populations that don't own the land, that are living in a mobile home park, that they don't have a mortgage on their mobile home, and they have a substantially damaged or SD determination. This opportunity would be offered to eligible applicants, which is a new path to purchase an existing housing unit outside of the floodplain. versus replacing their mobile home unit since it's not able to be completed. This is a population, just for awareness, that we can't currently serve. And this policy update or an substantial amendment to the action plan, we would be able to serve these individuals.
So I'm a little confused. I thought we already had a program that looked for a house, of buying a house. In fact, we've done a home buyer assistance. Is that what we're talking?
This is a different program. This is a pathway within our homeowner rehabilitation program. So if they have a mobile home unit that is substantially damaged that we can't replace safely, they would be given the opportunity to be relocated. We would demolish that structure, and then they would be able to relocate outside of the floodplain.
You'd provide funding.
With another mobile home?
Tell me how much.
With
Up to $375,000.
for another mobile home unit? It could be another mobile, outside the floodplain?
Yes.
Okay.
Any kind of existing housing unit outside the floodplain.
So this one we're going to wait on because it needs to come back. Matt, I want to pull off the ones that we need to separate, and the rest of them I want to get the commission to go ahead and approve.
Chair, understood. So, so we can pull off those three if the commission's fine with, there's three that will have to come back before you in a different setting for approval. So that's this one, and can you go back to the slide? And so if the commission's fine with the remaining policy recommendations, the motion could be to approve those minus the three that have to come back before action plan, and those will be back before you.
And again, Claire, just name the three that are, of those, that looks like we have 7, including that one on the second page.
Yes, so it would be the multifamily structure type, adding it for reimbursement.
That's one we're going to pull off.
Yes, for a substantial amendment. The cap on the mobile home unit for $15,000. And then the relocation pathway under our homeowner rehabilitation program.
So the remaining 4, we need a motion for approval. We don't need it, but we're going to do it. So do we have a motion on the other 4 items that we can move, just agree with? Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Nowicki. Second by Commissioner Scheer. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so those 4 we've taken care of, this board has, and we have those other 3 to bring back. Go ahead.
And then we have some good news stories to end our presentation. So the lovely lady on the left is our first homeowner rehabilitation construction. She was very grateful and was part of our social media campaign to encourage more applications for this program. She was overjoyed that her home was repaired after the hurricanes. The remaining 2 in the middle and on the right are 2 of our homebuyer assistance applicants who moved into their new homes in the last few months.
Anything else? Oh, go ahead.
Nope, that's it. Does anybody have any questions or need more information?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a compliment. First of all, I was very grateful to be able to present a check, like so many of my colleagues as well, to be able to present a check to someone who received support from our program. So thank you so very much, because I got over 3,000 hits on people saying, I didn't know that this was a part of. So thank you for that. Number 1, and thank the comms for that. Number 2, you all probably are going to do this, but hopefully there will be some type of media rollout as it relates to the changes, so people will now know that maybe I didn't qualify before, but I qualify now. Yes. Because while we've done over 400 or so persons that we've impacted with a couple of $1 million, we still have more people that we could help. And so to get this out as soon as possible, I think would be absolutely lovely. Not saying you guys aren't doing that, but just making a very strong suggestion.
Yes, absolutely.
That we do that, so they'll know.
We are planning an update on the status of the program for social media, and we're also working with communications regarding these changes.
Fabuloso. Thank you.
Yeah, I think letting people know how much you're actually granting gives people like, I'm not going to bother. And then you hear, oh, it's $62,000, or you hear, and it's like, oh, well, that might grab people's attention a little bit.
Absolutely.
So-
We try to get as many good news stories as we can.
Good. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the update.
Very much.
Okay, Barry.
Okay, the next item we had, you asked that we provide an update and actually put on for your consideration a towing update. Doug is unable to be with us, but his boss, Tim Burns, is on his way up, and will provide you an overview around the towing.
Hello, Tim.
Morning, Commissioners.
Welcome.
Tim Burns with Pinellas County Human Services. I'm going to be providing a brief update on our towing rate discussions that we've had recently. I'm going to be covering our previous ordinance updates, kind of the origin of the ordinance, administrative lien release fee that came up in recent years, the current rates that can be updated by resolution, the towing industry recommendations that we have received, our staff ordinance recommendations that would need to be brought back for public hearing as well. And then just a little bit of information related to the complaint summaries that we've been receiving. So our towing ordinance was established in 2000. It was intended to help guide local towing regulation and help set our towing rates. From 2000 through 2019, our ordinance did not see any updates to our rates. So there was a gap in time for those rates to be updated. In 2019, Consumer Protection brought back updates to the rates. Those updates increased the typical tow by approximately 20%. Again, in 2023, after having conversations with the towing industry, we brought back towing industry recommendations that we were in alignment with and increased the current rates by an additional 18%. When you look at the base rate of a typical tow, it went from approximately $100, which was set in 2000, to $147 for, which is our current rate for our typical base tow. That's been increased 100 to 147 since 2019. Including the increases to the base, increases to mileage, increases to storage, there was approximately a 51% total increase since 2019 on a typical tow. During our meeting in 2023, yes, sir.
Excuse me. It was an increase, a significant increase from 2019 on those three areas that you talked about, the base, mileage, and storage. But what was done from 2000 to 2019 on all three fronts?
There were no rate increases during that time. That was a gap in time on
Significant
that
increase in the last 3 years, but nothing for a 20-year, almost 20-year period.
That is correct.
Go ahead.
During our meeting in 2023, we were asked to return to have conversations with the towing industry to explore other recommendations and bring back additional recommendations to the board. We held a series of different conversations with the towing industry. We had 5 meetings following that 2023 August meeting. And we were very close to consensus. And in July 2024, there was legislation that came forward which pushed forward a $250 administrative lien fee. We immediately saw that lien fee being implemented and charged in Pinellas County and started seeing a spike in complaints from consumers. So at that time, in order to explore and assess what that impact was, we did pause the moving forward on additional recommendations that we were discussing. And we started exploring what that impact was for consumers. We did send a memo to brief the board about that pause and have been looking at our rates since. We received updates to our rates, our 2 rate recommendations from the towing industry in 2025, and then again in May of 2026, we reached out again for any additional updates from the industry. Do want to note that Consumer Protection very much agrees with having competitive rates for our towing industry. One of the things we're trying to do is just figure out what that balance is between those competitive rates and the impact to our consumers.
Question for you.
Yes, sir.
when you go to a parking lot and you see a handicap spot that says handicap only, and below the handicap sign, there's a little number there that tells people it's just not right to do it, but if you do it, it's a $250 charge minimum. It kind of gets your attention, like if you're not going to do the right thing, you're going to also pay $250 if you don't have the ticket. Has there ever been any talk about bringing that same picture to residents, like, say, average towing charge? Because there's no specific, because it's all over the place. But an average towing charge might be $450, maybe $500. I suppose the bad actors are still going to be bad actors, but there may be an opportunity to let folks know, our consumer, you're talking about that balance, letting them know this is a $450 average charge if you park here, which is it's double. Again, I think it's dramatic. Not that I want to raise my hand and say that I'm guilty of doing that, like just for a second, you know, and I've so far lucked out, but there was never, oh, it's just a towing charge. Well, the towing charges have changed, but I don't think people really get it until they go down there to pick their car up. So I think maybe we need to think about that dramatic statement, however you phrase it, maybe it's average towing, whatever it is. I think that might be something to help with this balancing thing, that because we're all sensitive to our residents, but we're saying, hey, it's almost like buyer beware. You know, you take that spot, you know, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt too much, but I think that's something we need to look at.
Absolutely, sir. We do post the rates on our website, and then we do prescribe very specific signage for the towing areas. But to your point, I think, you know, certainly we can be looking at how do we enhance public awareness on the rates as well.
When they go find that parking place, they're not going to our website first. You know,
No, absolutely.
We need that dramatic statement when they go into that parking spot and then go across the street to some other place. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can explore that, absolutely. So expanding briefly on the administrative lien fee. The administrative lien fee is an allowable lien release fee under Florida Statute 71378. So it's allowable. It is a rate that is set outside of our typical rate-setting authority at the county. So it came about, you know, with the statutory changes. We saw it being applied more often in the community. And again, as I mentioned, saw some spikes in complaints. This $250 fee, you know, did immediately, for some of the complaints, almost double the cost of the tow. So that's where we paused. When we started looking, you know, and it's also important to note that this lien fee is in addition to a $60 administrative fee that can be charged after the first 24 hours and a $40 filing lien notice fee that are both existing currently within our ordinance.
Yeah, Commissioner Scott has a question.
Yes, sir.
So that administrative lien fee, the $250 fee, can that be charged on every non-consensual or police-directed tow?
My understanding is that it can. It falls within statute. It is not part of our ordinance. So we have been monitoring a case in Hillsborough. Hillsborough has language in their ordinance that does restrict lien fees within the first 48 hours of a tow. They have a current lawsuit related to this restriction, related to the timing, and Hillsborough initially prevailed in their ordinance language in November of 2025. That case is currently under appeal. It's elevated to the second DCA, and we don't have timing for when that case will be resolved. But that is something we've been monitoring as, you know, a potential language option related to our ordinance. The application of the $250 fee really does seem to vary across the state in terms of folks seeing complaints. With Pinellas, as I mentioned, we saw an immediate charging of the fee. Our complaints started to increase. We have seen 318 complaints specific to the $250 fee since its inception in July 2024. For the lien, they make up the complaints make up 83% of all towing-related complaints we've received in 2025 and in 2026 to date. And for just 2026 to date, 183 of the 200 complaints we've received related to towing are related to this lien fee. So those are the things we've been trying to sort through.
Related to what?
This administrative lien fee increase on the costs of a tow. This slide shows a brief comparison of our current rates and several other counties.
Mr. Scott had a question again.
A quick question on the last slide. So the last bullet point in the last slide says that in other counties, the $250 is assessed in few instances or allowed under ordinance. So why is the difference between, it appears that it's being applied a lot more in Pinellas than other counties based on that statement there. So can you explain that?
I think we're seeing it a varied implementation depending on the counties. Different counties have different ordinances in place and they have different tow operators. You know, we see that Hillsboro's been, you know, they had 48-hour lien language in their ordinance at the beginning. And that while that is in court, I don't think that they've seen as many complaints coming into Hillsboro.
So do we have the ability to control that $250 fee by updating our ordinance?
That's what we're exploring. In our discussions with legal, they believe that that is potentially sound language. But as I mentioned, it is currently under appeal with the Second District Court of Appeals, and they did prevail originally in November of 2025, but it is under appeal. So again, on this slide, this shows our current rates for some of the basic rates that can be addressed that are currently in our ordinance that can be raised by resolution. So we can see that we're currently at 147, and we're a little bit below Hillsboro and Pasco. We're a little bit above Manatee and Polk. It's important to note that each of the counties, they look at their rates at different times. I will note that Hillsboro's been looking at theirs as well. We don't have any time frame or anything like that on when they're looking at their rates. But that's just an important note. This slide also shows what the average cost of that tow related to base tow rate, the mileage at 10 miles max, which is $5 per mile, and then storage of $30 after 6 hours. And it shows that the cost typically would be about $227 for the consumer. When we saw the lien fee really start getting implemented quite a bit in Pinellas County, we started seeing complaints where the individuals are paying up to $477 for the same tow. Just as a note, several other fees that can be changed by resolution include adding additional time on scene, which is currently at $30 per 15 minutes. A TARP fee of $35 can also be changed by resolution, and existing administration fees, which I referenced previously, that are in our ordinance at $60 after 24 hours and $40 for the mailing of lien. So those can all be adjusted because they're existing fees within our ordinance. As mentioned, we've been reaching out and meeting with the towing operators. We've had a lot of great conversations. We're absolutely in concurrence of trying to ensure that we have competitive rates in Pinellas County. From our meetings and from reaching back out, we received a lot of different recommendations from tow operators. This slide shows just a brief consolidation of some of those recommendations. When asked for feedback, the tow operators advised that they would like to see the base trespass tow be at between $210 to $250. The mileage up to 10 miles from $8 to $10 per mile. The daily storage go from $30 to $45 to $55. The administrative, the county administrative fee and lien notice fees would go, the recommendation would be to $130 to $150 combined. And then also a raise of the TARP fee from $35 to $50. So looking at these, a typical tow based on those rates would increase by approximately $108 to $178 for a typical Type A or Class A vehicle tow. In addition to those rates, these are the other adjustments that were sent in from the towing operators. And so these are additional lists of new rates. They don't exist in the current ordinance. These are items that the tow operators are looking to have put into the ordinance. They involve new equipment fees, EV-related fees, and other specialty types of fees.
Do we know what other counties do on these fronts?
A majority of these are not currently in other ordinances that we've explored, but we would have to do more review for some of these. We just recently got more of these updates in May from the towing industry. Moving on to our recommendations. So for Pinellas Consumer Protection, we've been looking at this for a while. We are trying to figure out how to balance a competitive rate with impacts to consumers. We are looking to explore inclusion of the Hillsborough language restricting lien fees to after 48 hours prior to establishing new base rates. We think that that is an important safeguard to avoid, immediate high-cost tows. We're also exploring adding a new emergency fuel surcharge that would be $1 a mile when diesel is triggered when diesel is over $5.50. We'd be looking at implementing a CPI-based adjustment to base tow rates that would happen annually. We are looking at that being capped at 3%, but never below 0. And you can see the January 2024, 2025, and 2026 rates. They were 1.7, 1.9, and then negative 3.3. So obviously in 2026, we would not do the negative. But that is something to allow for tow rates to adjust in between years whenever we don't have all of the review coming back to the board. So it's a more proactive approach. One of the things we talked quite a bit with the tow industry about was the need for after-hours gate fees. We believe, in all of our discussions that this is a very important fee to ensure we include. The tow operators talked about having to pull individuals off the road in order to come back, open up their location. They have to respond within a very specific period of time in order to release the vehicle. And so there's definitely an impact to tow operators that this fee would assist with. And then finally, it's looking at recommendations for ordinance clarifications. So requiring photo or video documentation of violations, updating the drop fee language that clarifies that there's no more than half of the base tow rate before arriving at the storage location. So if it's dropped before going to the storage site, then it would be half the fee. Clarifying that failure to provide required records to an investigating officer would constitute a violation. And providing updates from recent statutory changes on acceptable payment types. So those were other clarifications we felt were important for the ordinance. And looking at our recommendations for the actual rates themselves. So this, again, is a Class A trespass rate comparison. I will show all the classes shortly as well. But in this one, what we are looking at is raising our base rate from $147 to $175 as a base tow rate. We'd be looking at increasing the mileage from $5 per mile to $6 per mile. You can see the top is the current rates. The bottom shows what our proposed recommended rates would be. The storage would go up by $5 to $35. And what you can see there is that does put us in line with a majority of the counties that are in the region, or should put us in line with the counties in the region. What this also shows is what, so we added in what the lien release fee adds to that base tow. And again, currently, a base tow with a lien release fee would be $477. With our recommended adjustments to the rates, it would be $520.
That's what that's what your recommendation is?
Our recommendation, and we're making it contingent upon looking at the 48-hour language that Hillsborough has in their ordinance. But our recommendations would be to go to $175 for a typical base, and then adjust the mileage and storage. Again, we want it to try to keep pace with a competitive environment, but we also want to make sure we're balancing consumers.
So the Hillsborough is currently what they're charging?
Hillsborough currently is at 160. They have discussed that they've been exploring rates. They have not, advised on any time frame or any next steps on their rate review.
Yeah, because that red thing says recently proposed to Hillsborough. Is that from the industry? Or is that what the Hillsborough folks are thinking about?
It's the numbers that they received when reviewing their towing. I'm not positive whether that came from the industry specifically or whether that is more of an internal. But those are the numbers that they shared that they were reviewing.
And do we know if Pasco, Manatee, and Polk are all looking at them too?
I am not sure of their current status in terms of actively looking, but everybody has a slightly different time frame on looking at their rates.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the average tow fee with the addition of the state lien admin fee increased the average tow by 110%.
With the lien fee, when it's included, yes, and all the complaints that I've referenced, we've seen that lien fee in those complaints.
I'm sure we don't have any idea when the court case is going to be decided, but I'm just, to me, that's just, it's kind of shocking, so I can understand why the complaints have gone up quite significantly because of that. So I'm kind of a little hesitant to move forward with anything until we kind of find out the outcome of that. Is that 110% is just, that's just massive. That's just massive. So I'll see if there's any other questions here. But.
So
I think it'll.
Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm asking just for clarity. So the 110% increase, is that an increase that would flow from 2000 to 2019, or is that a one-year increase?
No, I believe the increase that Commissioner Scott's referring to is the administrative lien fee that was pushed forward with some legislative changes in July of 2024. So we were looking at bringing forward recommendations for increasing our rates in line with this. And at the time when that lien fee started getting charged, we paused. And that's when we briefed the commission and advised that we needed to understand what the impact was to consumers. Because our typical tow, what you can see there is, our typical tow, at $227, with the lien fee added onto it becomes $477. And we did see a series of complaints related to that.
So that's 2 years essentially then, from 2024 till now.
Yeah, that lien fee is ongoing.
Yeah, but I'm saying as far as the 110% increase, because you're saying we paused it. So I was just trying to see if it was like, just right now or, okay.
Well, the recommended above the current is about 10%.
The difference is
The
whether you're
recommended
including
rates.
the lien fee as an automatic or not.
That's correct.
I'm sorry?
I said the difference is whether you're including the lien fee as an automatic or not. And that's what's being appealed over in Hillsborough.
So we have a couple of slides in your packet for reference, but I'm going to move to the overall recommendations.
One of the difference, Commissioners, is what they're saying is that administrative fee shouldn't be applied until after 48 hours. And so is that your and
Yes.
so that's a difference. Staff's looking, saying, okay, the administrative fee kicks in at 48 hours. So it's whether or not you agree with the 48-hour rule or not on when that, now again, subject to the outcome of the court case. But that's how they've looked at it, and then you can see the impact of pre or post 48 hours on a consumer.
So when we,
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So for the state lien release, the fee that is being proposed, the fee that's charged, is that for the paperwork that is required to be completed and filed when they are towing a car and for the release of the car and all of that? And if so, what is the actual fee that the state charges the tow company for the release of lien? Just like if, we go pay a ticket or whatever. In that ticket, it's a fee because it goes through the court system and they're charging that fee, which is essentially a clerk's office fee because they're having to do that paperwork. Do you know what that is?
I don't have that exact fee here. That $250 is for administrative fees that the tow operators incur for their tow. In our ordinance, we also have a $60 fee, administrative fee, and a $40 mailing fee in our ordinance as well. That would be in addition to. You're welcome. So in terms of the 48-hour language, that is something that Barry is mentioning. We are recommending looking at rate increases to maintain a competitive environment. But we are mentioning that we're looking at this contingent upon that language to help prevent an immediate impact to consumers that pick up their vehicles within 2 hours. And so that's what we did when we were looking at our recommended rates. You do see in terms of Class A, trespass tow, or police-directed tow, you see the rates that we're recommending, the mileage, the storage, and then you see what that approximate cost range would be with 48-hour language included in our ordinance, and then post 48 hours, what that cost would be for the consumer. So we tried to take a look at it as if we were able to put 48-hour language in our ordinance, if Hillsborough prevails with that, then we would be able to avoid immediate impacts for consumers within the first 48 hours, but still allow for that fee to occur after 48 hours.
Do we have any sense of how many vehicles are picked up after 48 hours or within and after 48 hours?
I don't have that number, but we certainly can get that, and I'm sure that the industry would be happy to share that as well.
I'd be kind of curious to know that.
Okay. So in terms of our increases, this chart shows our percentage increase for each of the different categories for tow. So our recommendations on Class A would be for trespass tows, our rate would be $175. That's approximately a 19% increase. For police directed, it would be 31% increase to $200. The mileage would be a 20% increase from $5 to $6 per mile, up to 10 miles. And then storage would go up $5, and that's roughly 17%. You can see, for Class B, the increase is 19% for trespass, 26% for police directed. For Class C, the increase would be 19% for trespass, 21% for police directed. And for Class D, it would be 19% for trespass and 22% for self-directed, or police directed, sorry. So this just shows the percentages of increase for these rates, and these would be our rate recommendations based on a 48-hour provision added to our ordinance.
Could you explain the 48-hour provision one more time as it relates to the $250 charge that the state's doing? I just want to make sure I'm clear on.
So Hillsborough has a provision in their ordinance that restricts liens within the first 48 hours of the tow. They have enforced that provision, but it has been taken to court. They prevailed in their initial hearings in court in November of 2025, but it is currently being appealed with Second DCA. So we don't know what the outcome of that ordinance language is for that 48-hour restriction. But it basically would prevent an individual that picks up their vehicle, immediately after the tow from being assessed the additional lien fees.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we update our ordinance with all your recommendations, including the increases, the 48-hour language, the annual cost of living increase, and then the Hillsborough lawsuit turns out to get shot down where they can charge the $250 fee, how do we unring the bell?
We would have to reconsider the ordinance if that's the case, if folks would want to review the rates.
That's the reason they initially didn't bring forth recommendations.
That's my main concern, is we put all of these increases in place, and then the court says, no, you can charge the $250 fee, and then our consumers are getting hammered.
So that lien piece there that would essentially would have to go away if the 250 is reinstated.
At that point, you add $250 to each one of those.
Correct.
Is that, I mean,
I have a question.
Commissioner Peters?
So do you know why the state agreed to put that in? What was the argument that the legislature debated on the floor as to why it was important for the towers to have $250?
Originally, they were looking at that as a cap or limitation on predatory towing.
So it had nothing to do with what it costs for the certified letters that have to be sent out? Because I know in my business that I had previously, just being in a storage business, the cost to me on just having to do the certified letters when someone didn't pay and the arduous process that we had to do to take ownership of that property was very expensive. And every single year it's gone up in expense. So if I'm not mistaken, I believe that administrative fee had more to do with the cost of certified letters and the costs associated with that same kind of process, not necessarily predator towing, was my understanding. So, we haven't talked at all about those kind of costs. They wanted money on electric vehicles, but we haven't talked at all about the cost of the new technologies, the new equipment, and what it costs to tow an electric vehicle versus what it costs to tow a non-electric vehicle. And so, the fact that you just went over that and dismissed that kind of concerns me because there's real costs there. And so I know there's concerns about what a state law went by, but that state law was put in by the state, and I don't think it's our discretionary purpose to judge that. When Hillsborough County does that, I think they can, but those questions we've never even discussed. Even when you had our one-on-ones, they just weren't even discussed. And so I think there's a lot more to this, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the towers to hear what they have to say about this, because I think there's a whole lot more involved in their stuff, and I have seen all the conversations between Doug and the towers. And you said that you met with them often. There was no conversation for almost a year until I alerted them that you had a presentation for us. So I didn't feel like a whole year going by was real communication. So that's for a later discussion. But that administrative fee that we're talking about, there's more to it, and the state chose to put that in for a reason. And I have not heard, and I'm sure the towers can give us a better explanation as to why it was so critically important that that law was passed. And I don't think it was predatory towing. My gut tells me that's not the real reason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We already have in our ordinance the ability to charge fees for that purpose.
Yes, there's currently a $60 administrative fee after 24 hours within our ordinance and a $40 fee for mailing notices as well.
Okay.
In our ordinance.
Thank you.
Correct. So I wanted to just finally and quickly just address what I mentioned about complaints. So this just represents our towing complaints that we receive. You can see that the number of towing complaints we received in 2022, 130, 2023, 102. In 2024, we had 103. 17 of those were specific to the 250. We started seeing those occur. And in 2025, we've received 168 towing-related complaints. 112 of those were specific to the $250 additional lien fee being assessed. And then in 2026 to date, we've had 200 complaints so far, and 189 of those complaints have been related to the $250 additional lien fee. So, and then one final thing, we did put a couple case examples in your packet. I do think it's important just to note, that, in this example, this is a lawful tow. The person should have been towed. The vehicle was picked up within 2 hours. The individual paid $463.21 for the vehicle. With the towing industry recommendations on rates, it would potentially be about $559 to $621 for that tow. Pre-July 2024, before the lien fee was prevalent, it would have been approximately $204 for that exact same tow. And with our new recommendations, it would be, if we are under the 48 hours, since it was picked up within 2 hours, it would be approximately $242 for that specific tow. So just, an example of some differences in the rates, but this is one of the complaints we received. They picked it up within 2 hours, and the cost was $463.
I'm just so glad this is clear as mud for me. Commissioner Nowicki.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so far for the presentation. I'm not really sure, how I feel about it all yet, but going back to the towing complaints, how many of them resulted in like an actual fine or penalty against the operators?
So a lot of those complaints did not result in a fine or citation with the towing operators, and because they were lawful tows. And so at that point, it was really it was a complaint that we tried to mediate with the towing operators, but it was not a citable offense. I can get you information about the numbers of citations and warnings that we have issued over the last several years.
Yeah, because just trying to look back in the ordinance, and maybe maybe you would know better, but the penalty of like $500, I think that's like the maximum fine. I mean, that hasn't been increased since like 07, 05, something like that. Is that right?
That's a typical, our citations that we have in Pinellas County are set, set across for all of our different ordinances. I'm not sure when the last time that range was updated. I would have to get with the county attorney's office on that.
Yeah, because it's been like 07. I mean, if we're increasing rates, for people to charge more, I think that should come with increased penalties as well. So that's something I would be, in favor of looking at, but just thank you.
Go ahead. These are just examples of.
This is just an example of it within a 2-hour tow, what the cost was for that consumer. That's correct.
In these years where we have the number of complaints, the number of 250, is there a column that you could put together? I know we're going to come back with this, the number of tows we actually had. I'd just like to have a sense of, is it 200 complaints out of 200 tows, or is it 200 complaints out of 20,000 tows? I know it's not the first. I just have no clue.
We can explore.
Know kind of what we're looking at. It's still an increases, we can see that dramatically. I'm not sure why the big increase from 25 to 26 to date. That seems to be a big jump. I know the 24 to 25 is that $250 charge, probably. Anyway, although it doesn't seem as high as I would have imagined on the number of 250 complaints. Any other questions?
Just Karen's saying we don't have the data on the total number of tows.
Yeah.
We only have work complaint driven.
Understand. Yeah, relative year to year versus the number of tows that we're getting. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
That is
Yep.
it.
Anybody, I mean, are you finished?
I'm finished, absolutely.
We did have one person who wanted to speak, Justin Heller. You want to come forward?
Morning, Commissioners. So I wanted to thank you guys all for considering the update to the county's towing rates. As you know, the towing industry has faced substantial increase in labor, insurance, fuel, equipment, training, and compliance costs. These adjustments are necessary to ensure that we can continue to provide safe, professional, and timely service to the residents and the visitors of Pinellas. I do respectfully ask that the board consider the towing rate adjustments separately from the proposed restrictions and the rate increases recommendations from county staff relating to the Florida Lien Release Administrative Fee. The need for a rate increase exists regardless of anyone's position on the lien release fee. Florida Statute 713.78 governs that fee. It applies only to a limited subset of vehicles that process through the lien process and is separate from the standard towing and storage rates being considered today. Additionally, similar issues currently are the subject of ongoing litigation neighboring Hillsborough County. Rather than tie these two separate matters together, I believe the most prudent approach is to move forward with the rate adjustments the industry needs today and address any concerns regarding the lien release fee through a separate discussion at a later date with the local stakeholders. On behalf of the Towing Operators Services community 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, I respectfully ask your support of the rate adjustments at your consideration and keeping the lien fees issue separate from today's vote. My colleagues and I are here to answer any questions that you may have. And to the last question you guys asked, I don't know why the number of tows isn't available because it's public record. But to answer the ongoing question, the amount that was presented here of complaints, last I checked when we started this in May, was just about under 3% of the total volume of tows that took place in Pinellas County.
That gives a little perspective. Any questions for the gentleman? Yeah.
So, just, I know that it seems like a big increase, right? And I still get worked up because you guys went 20 years. So I've been more on your side than not because you went 20 years without increases. So, and then I was upset that we promised you something in 23 and then we just never produced what we promised. So that I you know, that's an exception with the county that I have an issue with. But we talk about this being a high increase, but tell me what your increase in insurance has been, both for the industry and for your employees.
Absolutely. So since that fee went into place, just for example, we'll go from July of 24 through current day. We've seen our company alone has seen a 45% annual increase every year in insurance. We've seen some towing operators have a higher increase than 40 to 45%. We've seen some that just didn't get an increase and folded because they just couldn't take the burden on.
And then tell me about, because I brought up the electric vehicles, and I know that there's a big, just with fire departments out and the expense that they've had to go through to deal with electric vehicles. Tell me the increased cost, because we aren't considering a fee for electric vehicles in this proposal. Tell me the cost that's different from an electric vehicle than a gas vehicle.
Absolutely. If you're looking at this traditional electric vehicle, like we'll say a Tesla, you're going to be, as a tow company, it's going to cost you anywhere between $100 to $150 between your time, between, the employee going slower, using the additional equipment that you have to use. Then you're factoring in that vehicle has to be parked X amount of feet away from any other vehicle. You can't just butt them up like you do every other car, because if it ignites 8 hours later, it's got to have room for fire department to get around. So not only are you paying your employee more, you're using more expensive equipment than you would with, let's say, a Toyota Corolla that's front-wheel drive. You're also losing 2 additional storage spaces in your tow yard to allow that vehicle to have a little bit of extra space, so if it does erupt in flames, the cars next to it aren't going to be charred.
Okay. So How many companies in the last 5 years have folded in Pinellas County?
Outside of what I know with professional record operators of Florida, just in Pinellas County, we've seen, I want to say it was 8 closed, 3 sold out to bigger competitors that could afford to take on the burden, and then a few just did early retirement.
So what about state? Because the state, I do have the state numbers. I'm just curious.
That I don't honestly know. I'm only the chair over the local area. I'm not
The
familiar with
state
the area.
numbers are in the last, well, here they are. In the last 2 years, 37 tow companies went out of business, and 10 of them had a fleet of 40 cars. And that's a big issue because, to me, who's going to do this business? Who's going to do it? Is the sheriff going to start towing cars when there's an accident?
If I may to that point,
Yeah.
all the local jurisdictions will use our neighboring Hillsborough County. Guess who, a few years ago, got rid of their tow company and gave it to the private sector? Tampa Police Department.
So that's all part of stuff we have to consider, but thank you for answering my questions.
So let me ask a question. I brought up the idea, again, with the current rates or even the proposed rates or whatever, it's a lot of money for a resident. I'm not talking about what it means to the industry and the towers. What are your thoughts about, and what do you think the cost would be to put an average tow sign, on every tow sign that there is, an average dollar, an average tow cost?
That, I wouldn't be able to say the actual cost because we would have to have discussions on, is that going to be additional lettering below the current tow sign that the tow company can get a run of however many signs, go out and add it onto their current signs? Or are we talking an additional sign, which then, yes, that can become quite costly?
I don't want to amend the big sign because that becomes more costly. I'm talking about the little.
Right. Putting a new little sign, like when you referenced earlier, underneath the handicapped, that it would probably cost, if I had to guess, $50 per sign.
So if we put in average cost is $500 and it changed and we.
It would be $50 probably, and I'm just.
The owner of the property would be required, if we made that a requirement, the owner of the property would be paying for that.
Correct. The owner of the property would be the one having to pay for it.
All right. Again, they're trying to protect their property by keeping people away from using it.
And it's just like, you know, and I've met it with a few of you guys. A lot of people forget that these property owners are using tow companies to protect themselves from fair housing litigation, from all code enforcement violations, fire code violations. I mean, the list goes on and on. It can be very costly for a multifamily property owner who does not utilize a towing service, or if they're losing their towing service, it can get quite costly quite quick, which then in turn is passed on to the renters of that community or, you know, the renters of that strip mall or whatever the case may be.
I'm not worried about the strip mall. Those guys, I am concerned about the apartment folks, but I just, what I'm saying is we're trying to, you know, there's discussion here about trying to bring some balance to the equation so that at the same time, ways to make the impact, you know, more obvious to the resident that's making a bad choice.
Right.
What that's going to cost. To me, that makes me feel better that we've at least done what we can to say, hey, you park here, it's going to be an average $500.
Understandable, yes.
So a minimum average, you know, that's all we're talking about. So to me, that helps me at least, boy, because it's tough. You know, it's tough for you guys and it's tough for residents.
It's tough for everybody.
Yep.
The ultimate part is we have to do what we have to do in order to protect everybody from mitigating what their rental increases are.
Yeah, it's not a critique. I'm just making a statement. Any other comments?
Just, Chair.
Yeah.
Just,
Commissioner Scheer?
Yeah.
Did you have a
Just
question for the gentleman, or?
I don't really know. I just want to say no, I don't have a question.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
We're done. It's okay. You can sit down. Thank you.
It seems to me that everyone wants to, or the attempt is to try to separate the increase in the fees and the administration fee for $250. I can't do that. Just, they are what they are, and if we approve the fees and they win their suit, then we're doubling fees, so I don't like that. And my question to our attorney is it possible to approve an increase to the fees, to standard fees, that would revert back to the original fee should they prevail and the $250 admin fee be determined valid and enforceable.
I would recommend against that, just simply because I think it's better to take action by this board. I would recommend that you just bring it back to the board and change it. And I don't know what the thought process is on how this may come forward as far as changing fees, but, I mean, you can change the fees. Sometimes court rulings can be waffly, and I'd rather have something very black and white to trigger a change.
Is it possible or impossible to make a deal with the local tow companies to maybe they hedge their bets? You know, like they would agree to a smaller admin fee. Should we, I don't know, I could make a deal, you know, could I make a deal on the admin fee?
Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I think we all got this letter at one point. I don't know who wrote it or where it came from, but it was a letter from the towing industry, and it starts out, as I'm here today, asking this board to become better stewards of the towing industry. And I got to be honest, this really irritated me, because that's not our job. Our job is to protect the consumer. And it's not, you know, any more the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's job to make sure they're a good steward of my industry. It's just not their job, right? It's our job to protect the consumer. And the industry conditions that have been described to us are the same things that happen in my industry. That's an industry adapting to change. That's innovation. That's what happens, okay? It's not our job to direct that or to prevent that or to encourage that. That's just the free market at work. I'm not suggesting that the towers don't need an increase, but it's not our job to ensure that they have a thriving industry. That is just not our role, period. So,
But we do regulate.
well, we do, but there's another side to the industry that we don't, and that's the retail side. If your car breaks down and you don't have AAA or an arrangement with some other emergency service, you're being charged a market rate.
But you're not being charged the $250, I don't think, for that.
Well, I don't know, you may be, I don't know.
No, that's
Well, no,
storage.
only if it goes to the yard.
That's a trespass, that's a trespass charge, I believe.
But
Yeah.
the market rate I'm saying is that these other rates here don't apply. If they want to charge $10 a mile to tow your car, they can charge that. One of my buses breaks down, I'm being charged a market rate, trust me, I'm being charged a market rate. So, all I'm saying here is that it's not our job to prevent what's happening in that industry. I'm not saying they don't need an increase, but it's our job to protect the consumer and make sure that our consumers don't get hammered. I'm going to lean on the side of the consumer on this one. That's just my position.
It seems like the base rate mileage and storage, and just in comparing to others, might need some adjustment.
Right.
And,
Yeah, I'm not saying adjustments don't need to be made, and that an annual increase based on CPI is not the right way to go. I mean, I'm probably okay with that.
Yeah.
But,
certainly, it would have been nice in 19 years to have had
Right.
a standard increase.
but what really concerns me is there is a predatory nature to this industry that is designed to nickel and dime people to death. And some of the examples that have been cited here, you know, if you're a single family, or if you're, you know, a young family, some of these fines, some of these fees to get your car back could be, you know, 2 weeks' worth of groceries. So, that's all.
It's a tough thing. It's almost like, well, you can do I almost, in my industry, call it the triple net rate, which is just your base rate, and then all the other add-ons, which makes it different for every violator, right? But it's also more confusing and complicated. So that, or you could charge a more full-service rate that everybody pays the same rate. There's none of these other charges, and you end up some people paying more than they should have. And so it's a real catch-22. You're either paying that triple net or the full service, and both have some positive things behind it. So, because it is, I mean, just listening to this conversation, I'm like ready for a break, This is complicated stuff, and it all plays together. I'm not saying, anyway, Barry, what's the staff target as far as like advertising a public hearing and doing all of that?
So any of the current rates that you have, we've listed here, so you could make any adjustments to the current fees if you so choose. If you want to, so at the last meeting, you discussed a surcharge. That is currently not within our ordinance. If you would like to do a surcharge, we would then need to advertise it. We could have it available for your consideration at the July 21st meeting. Or any of the other fees that are not currently part of our ordinance.
Is there, yeah. So we can make some adjustments today if we choose to do that.
You could.
Or, yeah, okay. I'm still hot on this like sign thing, and maybe nobody else shares that with me, but if I'm gonna park in a parking place and I know it's gonna be $500 minimum, I think I'm going to think twice about it. Now, there may be some that just blow it off and they don't care and they're going to pay the fee. But to me, that just yells to buyer beware. You're about to, so I don't know. But if nobody else is interested in looking at that, I would like to make that a part of it.
I like your sign idea.
I like the
I'm all
sign
for it.
idea.
I thought that
I
was a
like the
given.
penalty, to look at the penalty idea that Vince Nowicki had. But I do have a lot of comments, but
Okay.
when you're done.
Okay. What's that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I would like to move forward with not only the fuel surcharge, but the electrical vehicle charge, because those are getting more and more common, and they are more expensive to deal with, whether it's firefighting or towing, or they're just more expensive to deal with. They're heavier. I got hit by one, I can tell you, they're much heavier. It's like getting hit by a pickup truck or a big truck, and so there's more wear and tear. I mean, electric cars, there's just more cost to having an electric car on our road to take care of the fire, to tow them. And because we failed to come back and keep our promise in 2003, and we're now in 2006, that's part of my issue. Had we done the CPI like we promised, had we done what we had promised, we wouldn't be here today. But these are my thoughts, and they're different. They're different than my business. They're different than everybody else's business because they're regulated. When gas went up, they couldn't raise their price because they're regulated. When their cost to do an electric vehicle went up, they can't raise the rate because they're regulated. So it's different. It's not free market for them. So you can't compare them to a free market business when they're regulated the way they are. They're not free market. They're not true free market. So, I mean, really true, the holdup. And I know one company personally that has to pay $600,000 in insurance, plus I think they had a $15,000, I mentioned it last month, weekly fuel bill because gas is coming down, but we've done nothing to assist them and help them. My concern, there's a couple concerns I have. Not only the apartment buildings that really keep the homeless people from sleeping in the cars in there, so it keeps crime down low, it keeps vagrants from sleeping in their, cars, and if there's other issues, I think the safety they provide in some business communities and the apartment communities is very important. My big fear is that these go out of business, because we're seeing a trend of these things going out of business, and who's going to do it? I don't think we want to be paying the sheriff to be doing it. Are we going to have fire departments doing that now? Is that what they're going to be doing? Because we're regulating this and we're putting them out of business by not keeping up with the market rates. And so that, to me, is problematic, and it certainly has, it's been happening. 37 in the state, just 10 of them with 40 vehicles in their fleet. That's 400 vehicles in the state that we have lost that do towing. So there could really be at one point a big problem. So I think that we should not push this can down the road. I don't think we should wait till the lawsuit. If Hillsborough County prevails, we can come back, we can change our policy, we could do whatever, then if Hillsborough County prevails, then every county's going to go and change their policies. But the only counties in this state are Hillsborough and Pinellas that are taking that 250 out after the legislature implemented it, saying that they're supposed to have it. And so I have a problem with that, too. So I think that we should give them the rate increase. I don't know that I agree with what they asked for. We certainly didn't get close to some of the stuff that they're asking for. Quite frankly, Hillsborough isn't even as close as to what they've asked for with their ones in red that they're asking for. But, I mean, I would be more inclined, not that I want to be the highest paid county, just like the sheriff doesn't want to have people to be the highest paid. I would like to go with the recommendations. I would like to add the electric vehicles. I would like to add the fuel surcharge. And I would like to move forward on this and not kick this can down the road for years. And because right now it's 3 years. Well, we kicked the can down the road for 20 years. Then it was we had the recession, and whatever the reasons were for how many years this regulated industry struggled and flailed because we didn't do anything, and then we made a promise, we gave them the 20%. I mean, we bailed out EMS when they couldn't keep up with staffing rates. We've increased deputies year after year after year. We increased our staff year after year after year, but yet we won't do it for this regulated industry. And so I think that we should move forward and give them the rates that are recommended. Honestly, I think they should be closer to Hillsborough, but just to get us moving and keep that CPI going the way it's recommended, and give them the fuel surcharge and give them the electric vehicle charge. I'd even go into the Dolly issue, that's important, but at a minimum, the fuel, the electric cars, and the recommended rates so that they can move forward, and keep their business sustainable. And that's my recommendation. And the signs that Commissioner Eggers mentioned, and I think looking into the penalties is a very good idea. But if it's only 3% of those complaints are only 3%, that's not a very high percentage of people that's not predatory when it's only 3%. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to give you two examples, and I'm sorry I didn't call you back. I was ripping and running, Mr. Heller, and I wanted to, I apologize. So I shared with you all one experience that was personal for me where I got my car towed because I parked in the wrong spot. I really did not see it, but I paid the towing because I saw it after it was pointed out to me. I also shared that there was another experience that my family member had, and that's not that all people do, but I have a niece and a nephew who live in an apartment complex. They live there, they pay rent, they have a current lease agreement. The apartment complex was supposed to pass out the stickers for the new year. They were doing it based on whatever grouping. They didn't have their sticker yet because the apartment complex didn't get it to them. Their car got towed. They went to the apartment place and said, hey, my car got towed, but, we live here. Can you do something about it? Apartment complex didn't do anything about it. We tried to talk to the tow person. I'm not going to say their business publicly. We tried to talk to the tow person and say, here's the lease agreement, here's the number you can call for the office staff to say this was not an accurate tow. Of course, they were towing because no sticker was on it, no current sticker. They would not come off of anything. They wouldn't release the car until we paid the tow. They wouldn't come off of the tow amount. Even when the staff at the office said, yes, they live here, it's an appropriate car, we hadn't passed out the stickers yet. We paid to get the car out of tow. So I've experienced both sides where, you can sit and try to negotiate with the person or try to share with them, this is why I shouldn't be towed. And then because I was wrong where I got towed. So I just wanted to share that publicly because there are both sides of the coin when it comes to towing. I can support the electric vehicle tow fee amount. I can even support the fuel charge. Supposedly gas prices are about to come down. We'll believe it when we see it. Diesel seems not to be the one coming down though, just regular gas. So I can support that. I support the signs because I think it does make a difference when people see that blue handicap sign, and then underneath it, it says $250. I think it does make a difference to people when they see that. And they, you know, first of all, it's wrong. Someone who's disabled should be parking there. But it also highlights to people, park here at your own risk because you're gonna get it. So I do support that idea. Some of the other things, you know, and this is not to sound mean, but even us here at the county, we have to pay for the increased costs for these things, for our vehicles that we use for service. It is the cost of doing business. I have my own business, so I'm paying increased costs. So for some of the other things, I like for us to have maybe some more dialogue and conversation about. But I can support the electric fee, and I can support the fuel charge fee. I can support that going forward. Some of these others, I would need to have a little bit more information, just like Mr. Heller provided me with an education on when I shared with him about why are you charging this administrative fee. So I thank them for providing me the education about, we have to file this with so-and-so, and this is what it costs us. So that helped me, and I really appreciate that. But those are the two things that I could go with right now. And then if you all want to come back and communicate a little bit more about some of the others at another point in time, I'm happy to do that. But just wanted to share where I am right now today.
Well, trying to corral all of our thoughts into action today. It's, again, I'm certainly not, because I'm still working through it myself, so I'm certainly not going to put words in everybody else's mouth. But it seems like an adjustment of some kind on the base tow rate. You know, just comparing with Hillsborough and Pasco, maybe it's not 175 as recommended, maybe it's $160. The mileage, we're currently at 50. It seems like, well, Hillsborough's 60, Pasco's 50. If you want to move to 55 or 60 as recommended. Storage seems to be 30, 35, 35, maybe we go to 35 on the storage. Those are three adjustments that are again, I'm not in the scheme of things, they're minor. They're not, it adds to an overall cost. And then you talked about electric vehicles. I'm not sure how we monitor the gas price thing, how we keep it, you know, if it's $5.51 or it's $5.49, or, you know, how we monitor that. But if you want to do something on the electric vehicles, I don't know if there's appetite for CPI, or we just revisit every 2 or 3 years and not deal with the CPI automatic increase. But the 20 years of not having any increase is kind of odd. I mean, we're looking for that kind of thing in our own gas tax increase, you know, to protect our gas tax. Give us 3%, give us cost of living to keep up with it. So I don't know if we want to look at that piece. And then, you know, kind of let the rest of it settle. Let's let the thing in Hillsborough settle, the court case settle, and then come back and address other things. Otherwise, I really don't have an appetite to do everything, to change everything over. So, I mean, that's just me. So, Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very similar to where Commissioner Flowers is right now. I don't have a problem with the fuel, and staff monitors that at the Department of Energy's website.
Okay.
And diesel is coming down. My wholesale delivered prices dropped quite significantly in the last 10 days, which is good to see. It's down to about $4.25 a gallon, which is finally there. And I'm fine with the electric car fee. The rest of it, though, for me, I can't separate that $250 from the rest of all of these fees. I just really want to see where that's going to shake out, because if that lawsuit, you know, fails and they can charge that, I mean, that changes the trajectory of all of these things. So, to me, I just really want to wait on that piece to see where that lands. That's just kind of where I'm at today.
On this sign thing, do we have to have to do the sign thing, do we have to have a hearing on that to implement that? That would be a significant change for
If you're going to make it a requirement of the ordinance, then the ordinance needs to be changed.
Okay.
So any kind of electric fee, since we do not have a fee on that right now, or a fuel surcharge, if you're proposing any of
Those would have to come under.
we would need to advertise those tomorrow for the July meeting.
Okay. All right. Okay. CPI, same thing on CPI? Okay. So does the
So no
board,
rate increases at all?
no, we're talking about these 4 items. They would have to come back in July, because you would advertise it, and then we could bring it back. That doesn't answer Commissioner Scott's concern about the
And Mr. Chair, to
lawsuit.
give some clarity, you could make a rate change with a resolution.
Yes.
Right.
And I understand there's a resolution that's been drafted. Simply a rate change. No fuel
if you wanted to
surcharge,
do
no
that-
automatic
Yeah. Right.
CPI, no signage, no, I mean,
Right.
I don't really think that we could go with electric cars. I feel like somebody needs to look at what an appropriate rate would be rather than just shooting in the dark.
Right.
So I think some things need to come back in an ordinance, but a simple rate change you could do.
Okay.
Now, for any of the current rates, you can make adjustments here today. If
The
it's
other
something
items-
that's not in the ordinance, then we have to advertise it and bring it back to you in July.
So I would support the recommended, staff recommended rate changes for today, and then come back with the other. But the signs and then in
All of that
looking
has
at
to
that.
wait. That has to wait. Signs have to wait.
Well, that's, she just said, if it's a rate change,
You know,
the
signs-
recommended rate change.
the base
this has
rate.
been-
We're
this
talking about the
is-
signs on the.
A sign,
the minimum
a
tow fee.
electric vehicle fee,
That would all have to come back.
or a fuel surcharge,
Right.
those would have to come back.
Those would have to come back, but the rate fee would not, right?
That's
So we can
correct.
at least move forward. Because if we're at 3 years now, and we have to wait for this lawsuit, we're going to be at 5 years. And there we are on track for 20 years again, and I just don't think it's good form. We made a promise, and we have to keep our promise. And so I recommend we take the rate change that the staff recommended, and then work on the others, come back and do the others. That's what I recommend. Because again, we promised 3 years ago, and there we are, doing exactly what we did for 20 years.
Well, I think the mileage is kind of in line, the recommendation. I think the storage is in line with the, I'm talking about Hillsborough and Pasco, but I think the base tow rate's a little bit high. If we could do something a little bit more in line with Pasco and Hillsborough, 165 or something like that, I think at least we have some, you know, we're not going right now to the highest number. And again, I think this is all in the talk of trying to do something today versus bringing it back again. Or we could just bring it all back again.
And Hillsborough's going to 185.
That's what they're proposing.
That's what they're proposing,
Yeah,
so.
Understand. Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Recommendation from staff is the base tow rate 175, mileage 60, storage 35. We're not going to take up the state lien release
Right.
admin fee because that's another
So
conversation.
it'd be those 3 fees.
So those 3. So I would make a motion that we move forward today with the base tow rate of 175, the mileage rate of 60, the storage rate of 35.
And can we bring this back in July to discuss those other items? Okay. all right. And the CPI. Those 4 items. Okay. Commissioner Nowicki.
Thank you, Chair. Does that include the 48-hour, 250?
Why not?
No, I'm only doing those.
I mean, because I think was with.
The staff recommendation was tying the 250 to 48 hours. That would necessitate the need for the Hillsborough County case to be resolved.
Yeah. So right now, we're leaving the 250 in there, and that's, we're not having that other, the 48-hour discussion.
That's up to you.
Right.
You could not make that change today anyway.
Yeah.
You would need to
All
bring
right.
it back in ordinance.
Okay. All right, so the proposal is, the motion was 175, 60, and 35 on those 3 items.
Correct, sir.
Okay, and a second. Any other thoughts? And I think, you know, if we bring this thing back and we start talking about the entire package again, I mean, I'm not, I don't want to giveth and taketh away, but if it's all part of a bigger package where they're getting some other room, we can put these in place right now and then have the further discussion. And how it all fits in together. Sorry. What? Okay. What's that? Okay, no. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 1, 2, 3. Is that all I got? And then, okay, so, and against? No, 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 and you're the tiebreaker. Okay. So you're going to have those 3 rate adjustments? And then, we're going to bring back bring back the others. And when we talk those other things, I mean, everything's on the table every time we have the discussion, so I'm good with all of it. All right? All right. All right, we got to move on. I am going to ask the commission, under their comments today, I have a bunch of them, and I'm asking everybody to kind of really take a hard look at and screen your comments.
So you have item 58, Commissioner.
What?
Item 58,
Appointment and reappointments.
the appointments.
I was having this really great speech, and you just interrupted me.
We need.
And I'll get back to 58 in a second.
Relax, I knocked all that stuff out under my county administrator's report first.
Yeah.
Till we got off on this item, because I figured we'd forget, so.
Okay.
We're good. Commissioner,
So
yeah,
anyway,
you have
just
item 58 and then Commissioner
Okay,
reports.
just look at your comments and try to bring them down, because we have, we have a final little presentation at the very end, which I'd like to spend more time on and less on our comments. So just I know there's some minimal things that we have to do. All right, first thing, item 58, appointment or reappointments to the EMS Advisory Council. Do I have a motion for that?
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Nowicki, second by Commissioner Flowers. Bring up the voting card, please. All right. That takes care of item 58, and we'll go to Commissioner Scheer.
Chair, I'd like to give my time back to the chair.
Okay. What? Oh. Okay,
Yeah,
all
I
right.
hit it.
Okay, thank you for catching it. All right.
I'll wait till next meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Latvala.
I will just have a couple items. I wanted to congratulate Pastor Willie Rice on becoming the Southern Baptist
Mike, please.
Convention president. He is the
Mike. That felt good.
Yeah. I wanted to congratulate Pastor Willie Rice from Calvary on becoming the Southern Baptist Convention president. And the Southern Baptist Convention is a big deal. If you add up the number of McDonald's, Subways, and Starbucks in the United States, there are still more Southern Baptist churches. And Clearwater's own Willie Rice is president of the convention. So I'm not sure what he's going to do as the president, but he lives in Clearwater. He's a resident of District 5, which I will mention. And so congratulations to him. That is a big deal. I gave you a letter for the Skyway 10K. If we can do a vote to, or nod to do that. And also, I just wanted to talk very briefly about JWB.
All right, let's do the letter first, okay?
Okay.
There's a letter here on the Skyway race. Is everybody okay if I pin that letter and get it out?
It just closes down the Skyway
Yeah.
Bridge
For
for
that-
a Sunday.
Yeah, they do it all the time,
Okay,
yeah.
so do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Flowers, second by Nowicki on the letter going out to close the Skyway Bridge for a 10K. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then the last thing I wanted to talk about was I wanted to thank Mike McCurrack for his leadership over the past year or so as the interim CEO of JWB. It's been a very tumultuous time. We thought we had a CEO. We've gone through the process. You had to have 6 votes in 2 meetings. Our public defender made a motion or a bylaw change to make it 6 votes in 1 meeting. That failed. One of the candidates got 6 votes in 1 meeting, and then in the second meeting, he did not get 6 votes. So now we're going back to the drawing board, and I think we're going to have a totally new search. Our COO is the new interim, Karen Bogus. She's a wonderful lady. She's been at JWB for 20 years. I think she will do an exceptional job. At the last meeting that we had, Commissioner Flowers was there. I brought up some issues that I had with a couple board members. We've had threatened with lawsuits. We've had lawyers, and during some of the demand letters, we had public records. And one of the lawyers kept saying that he was going to make the public records available to anybody who wanted them. So I asked for them to just see what the board members were up to. And a couple of the board members were speaking to one provider pretty exclusively. And I thought it was interesting because, and one of the board members that was very active was Miss Renee Chia. And she had a couple of her friends here today point out how much Mr. Burton makes. And I won't mention the provider that she was talking to, but that provider makes Barry Burton money, as I would call it. And she has a much smaller staff and a much lower budget and a lot less responsibilities that our county administrator makes. But one of the things that Ms. Chia has really focused on the board is trying to keep this provider from having to pay a $250,000 advance, which I think if you are given public money, you need to pay it back. So that's been contentious. Ms. Chia has not been supportive of CAM, which this provider does not participate in CAM, which she no longer, this provider no longer receives money from the county, which has been an issue in the past. And she's made claims about HIPAA which weren't accurate. And she's done all sorts of stuff that has caused JWB to have all sorts of issues. But I then went and, because I saw all sorts of emails that she had to this public record, so I went to see how many JWB emails she sent to JWB since November. And that number I thought was pretty interesting. She had sent 101 emails to JWB since November 1st, Ms. Chia had, and 71 of them were from Monday through Friday between the hours of 9 to 5. So Ms. Chia takes her job at JWB very serious. But that is my report. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief and save most of my comments for our next meeting. I passed out a resolution this morning that was passed by Indian Rocks Beach that outlines the city's commitment to preserving and promoting full-time residential communities and acknowledging the impacts of short-term rentals on residential neighborhoods. Just wanted us to consider, see if there was support for us to pass a similar resolution. It's symbolic in nature, but I think it just gives us another tool and advocacy with our legislative delegation, because at some point, I'm hopeful that the legislature will consider the ability to regulate the density and intensity of short-term rentals, because I think that's really kind of where the big problem is coming from now. So,
Bring this back for that kind of action. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, not today. This to see if there was general.
I'm interested in taking a look at it for sure.
Okay, got it.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, all right. We'll work with Barry and see if we can bring something
Sounds
back.
good.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then lastly, we had several speakers this morning on data centers, and I see that in the Tampa Bay Times, there was a data center permit that was just submitted for Pinellas Park, a small one, but I'm just wondering if, I see some other communities across the state doing moratoriums on that. I don't know if we ever determined if we could do that or not, but I just wanted to see where we're at on that and if it's something that we needed to do here.
Staff has met, staff from my office and staff under the administrator have met on this. And I don't want to speak for Kevin, he wasn't here earlier. But we've met with zoning staff. The way that that Pinellas County zoning code is written, it specifically states that if a use is not allowed under the code, it's prohibited. Data centers are not allowed under the Pinellas County code. That is the interpretation of our zoning administrator. It's, it's something that I agree with and my staff does too. So our code does not currently allow for data centers. We had a little bit of discussion at staff level. You have some facilities here that may have small ones affiliated with their use, like the university or maybe hospitals. So there may be, some looking at and examining how to kind of make sure that those two things remain distinct.
Right.
But currently, our code doesn't allow for them. So our conclusion has been we don't need to do anything. If you want us to take a look at something, we certainly could. But our conclusion is we don't allow for them currently. That is in an unincorporated county. We have no control over the cities. But for what might occur through the countywide planning process, and I am unfamiliar with what the countywide plan may say, but just to be clear, the county itself has no control within the incorporated municipalities.
All right.
And Commissioners, I'm meeting with staff with the Attorney's Office in 2 weeks, and we're going to be reviewing all of that as a follow-up to the request from this commission, which was to look at this. And so whether or not we go with just that interpretation or a moratorium or whatever, again, we're meeting with staff in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Thank you for both of you for bringing this stuff up. I think it's something that we ought to reach out to our partners, our city partners as well, because obviously we can't do anything with them, but the interpretation that our legal counsel and our building department, we at least need to be sharing that so that it gives people a comfort that, maybe they should be looking at something like this as well. So think through that a little bit and how we can reach out through your manager's meeting type thing and let them know.
And I'll save the rest of my comments for next time, so thank you.
Mr. Chair, just real quick on that. I thought there was legislation this past session also that dealt with.
I think there was.
Not allowing data centers in the state of Florida. So,
I don't know.
that didn't pass? Because I know there was
thought there was something
something
that-
being proposed in the environmental.
There's a bill that passed that allows local government to regulate them.
That's it.
Okay,
Right.
then that's why I said I wasn't clear on them.
Commissioner Nowicki.
I'll just say, happy birthday to America. We won't have a meeting before 4th of July, but happy 250th anniversary, and I'll save the rest of my comments for our next meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Peters.
So I was going to waive it, but sorry, I have to do one thing. So all of you received a shirt, and you're probably wondering why we gave you T-shirts from the Pinellas Park Fire Department. Well, this is a fundraiser for one of our firefighters in Pinellas Park. Caden Riley, he's 18 years old, and he just graduated from high school, but he couldn't attend his graduation because he was in the hospital. He's now fighting cancer for the third time. He was first diagnosed at 11 months old for his first round of cancer. And the money raised by these T-shirts helps his family pay for treatment. And you can get them from the fire department. I got them from all of you, and Ashley will share the T-shirt with you after this after this meeting. And there's also an information on an upcoming golf tournament. If anybody was interested in sponsoring that golf tournament to help support Riley's family, would be great. I did want to follow up on the data center, so thank you for that, Jewel. I think once you meet with staff, I still think it's worth doing something, even as a moratorium, just reconfirming, because since we have companies looking, they don't know that our code says that. And we have companies that are looking, And other information then I'll share with you later, Barry. But when I inquired about this, 2 months ago, we had somebody inquiring, and we didn't know the policy because you didn't tell me that policy, so that concerns me. So, so I think that ceremonial or something, if we have the law there to support us, I think if there's something ceremonial we could do, just to reiterate. And I do agree, and if we have to talk about sending letters to the cities, I don't know if that's what you want to do, but I think if you do something even ceremoniously, then maybe cities would consider the same thing. And then, Barry, I want to talk to you about the Forest Square neighborhood that's unincorporated by Cross Bayou. I started to talk to you and Kelly about it before, but I need a deeper conversation with you. So that's all I got. I'll leave the rest.
Okay.
I had a long list, so I'll leave the
Yeah, I think
leave
we
the
all had
rest.
long lists and different, so I'm glad, appreciate you all doing that. We have a presentation I think it's important to do, and as we invite the folks in, and as staff puts up on the screen, we're here to talk about Renee Flowers. Yeah.
Oh, my Jesus. Oh, my Lord.
And so, first and foremost, to the family who's been waiting since probably about 11 or 11:30, I apologize for my estimate on the amount of time it was going to take to get to this, and I really do mean that. But it's just great to have you. Welcome. I know you know this lady down here in the corner. So, but we're here, and I want to thank Ashley Overend for helping me kind of pull all this together. But we, the commission, are very happy and proud of you for all the work you do, but certainly this step at the Florida Association of Counties is a big deal. And we just have a few formal comments to make here. Then we'll, if the commissioners want to make anything else, personal comments, they can. And then we'll come to you, Commissioner Flowers, to respond. But we're going to start, we're each going to take a part of this as we read through this, okay? So it's a little bit more formal, but I think it gets the message across. Today is a very special day for Pinellas County Commission, for Pinellas County as a whole, and frankly, for county government across the state of Florida. It is my privilege today not only to recognize one of our colleagues, but to celebrate a historic and meaningful achievement, the upcoming installation of Commissioner Renee Flowers as president of the Florida Association of Counties. In just under 2 weeks, Commissioner Flowers will be sworn in as the next president of the Florida Association of Counties. As your colleagues, we couldn't let a moment like this pass without properly recognizing you and your accomplishments. To make this occasion even more special, we're honored to have your family here and friends joining us to celebrate alongside of you.
Pinellas County itself has a very unique and proud place in Florida history. Established in 1912, Pinellas became Florida's newest county at the time, formed through the determination of residents who believe this peninsula deserved its own voice and representation. The Florida Association of Counties was established in 1929 during a transformative period in Florida government, created so counties could work collectively, advocate together, and ensure local government had a unified voice in Tallahassee. FAC has since become an important organization in Florida's public policy, representing all 67 counties on issues ranging from transportation and infrastructure to public safety, affordable housing, water policy, emergency management, and home rule authority.
We're proud that several Pinellas County commissioners have previously served as the president of FAC, but it's been nearly 20 years since a Pinellas commissioner had the presidency. Past presidents have included the great Susan Latvala from 2006 to 2007, Barbara Sheen Todd from 86 to 87, and good old Ed Beckett from 1940 to 1941. Now that legacy continues through you, Dr. Flowers. Your presidency will reflect not only your own dedication, but also the reputation of Pinellas County has earned as a county willing to lead, collaborate, and innovate. Thank you.
What makes this achievement especially remarkable is the breadth of experience Dr. Flowers brings to this role. Her public service spans decades as a member of St. Petersburg City Council, the school board, and now the Pinellas County Commission. She has paired that practical experience with an extraordinary commitment to the professional development and leadership. Commissioner Flowers completed FACT's Advanced County Commissioner Program Levels 1 and 2 and has served extensively throughout the organization, including the FACT Board of Directors, its Executive Committee, the Legislative Committee, the Finance Audit Committee, where she served as chair. Dr. Flowers has consistently shown up, not just for Pinellas County, but the people of Florida and all its counties. Her leadership is about service, not titles, and we're all proud of you.
Commissioner Flowers has been a strong advocate on issues that directly impact Florida families: affordable housing, community development, education, water policy, public health, and equity and opportunity. She understands that county government is where people experience government most directly. Counties maintain roads, support public safety, protect vulnerable residents, preserve environmental resources, respond to disasters, and deliver essential services every single day. As FACT President, Dr. Flowers will now help shape conversations and policy priorities impacting more than 22 million Floridians.
Those of us who serve beside Dr. Flowers know her not only as a capable policymaker, but as a thoughtful and compassionate leader. She leads with intelligence, dignity, preparation, and authenticity. She understands how to build consensus while never losing sight of principle. She has always represented Pinellas County with grace and professionalism wherever she goes. Commissioner Flowers, your colleagues on this commission are extraordinarily proud of you. We know that you have spent a tremendous amount of time, commitment, travel, relationship building, and hard work to earn the confidence and trust of our peers statewide. This honor reflects years of service and leadership, and while today's recognition belongs to you, it is also a proud day for Pinellas County.
And on behalf of the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners, congratulations. Thank you for your service, and thank you for continuing to elevate Pinellas County on the statewide stage. Dr. Flowers' election as FACT President is not merely ceremonial. It means commissioners from every corner of Florida, from the Panhandle to the Keys, have placed their trust in her leadership, judgment, and a vision for county government. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating our president of the next president of the Florida Association of Counties, Commissioner Dr. Flowers.
Yep.
Yeah. If you need a minute.
I'm good.
Yeah, you good? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Commissioner Flowers. Go ahead.
First of all, people like to separate religion from politics, but God knew this moment even before I did. So I have to give him credit. That's number one. Number two, I also want to thank my family. Being an elected official, you miss birthdays, weddings, graduations. You can't be present at some holiday functions. But my family has stood by me since I've gotten into elected office. I come from a big family, y'all know. And I have an extended family. So it's really nice to see my godmother here, Ms. Ruby Shannon, who keeps me lifted up in prayer consistently. My big little sister, Lenore, who also works for hospice, by the way. My brother Eric, I saw him out there somewhere, veteran. So Dave has seen him a number of times. He goes with me to a lot of the veteran events and activities for Memorial Day and 4th of July. But I have my extended family, and that's my AKA, y'all know pink and green, so I wore it today too. My extended family, which are my sisters connected to me through my sorority. Some people don't remember this or know this, but Lynn Harold Johnson and her brother, Lynn is the president of the National Council of Negro Women. She's also an AKA, but we used to usher together at Pleasant Grove Missionary Baptist Church. Yeah, we were on the usher board as well as in the special chorus. So it's heartwarming when you grow up with people. And even if you don't always agree, you still can remain friends and you can still have those good, solid conversations. You can be there for each other when you need to and when you don't. And then, excuse me, Esther Sonny, Esther Matthews, I call her by her whole government name. Esther and I met actually when we were on opposing sides regarding the Jordan Park Senior Village construction. But we always disagreed in a professional way. And we became friends, we remained friends, and we support each other on a number of battles. Sometimes we get beat up from our own community, but it is always focused on what is best for people, not for what looks good, but for people. And sometimes the end of my days don't feel very good because I'm fighting my own community for my community. But I am very thankful that I get a chance to work with you guys. I'll be honest, I didn't know how it was gonna go. I didn't know how it was gonna go. I mean, I've known Kathleen since when she was with the Y. Yeah, I mean, back in the 80s when she was with the Y and her little boys were younger. So I've known her. Chris and I used to battle each other on social media. On social media. But I really didn't, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know how it was gonna go, but I tell people when they ask me, I tell them I get support from my colleagues more often than not. I just have to make the argument, do it factually, not with emotion, and I've gotten your support, and for that I am grateful. I am grateful, because I actually enjoy coming in here. Today, when some comments were made about you guys, that messed with me because I know that that is not who you were. And you had to sit there and take it, you know, even though he said he didn't vote for me. He didn't vote for me, but that's okay.
He lives in Tarpon Springs.
Yeah, he and I go at it all the time. Yeah, he and I go at it all the time. But it really bothered me because persons don't realize that when we are passing anything on this dais, we are also doing it to ourselves. We are not absolute from it. So whatever we're talking about, it affects us as well. But we do it because we love our community and because we have said that we want to serve. And we do it sometimes, again, even when so many people don't support, but we try to vote on what's right. So I want to thank you all for honoring me today. Y'all were in the bathroom.
You weren't going.
Because I would have went out that way. But I really did not know. So thank you all for doing this for me. For those of you that are able to make it next week, thank you for those who have had to unfortunately have some stuff come up. I certainly am going to acknowledge that you may not be with me in person, but you certainly are with me in thought, heart, and deed. And to my folks over there, Rainier, hey, girl, I just saw you. Is that Judge Moore around the pole? Yeah. Judge, you out of court. And Sherman White, who's here. She's like a godparent to my 3 kids. She's had some trying times, so it's good to see you today. Ann lost her mom, her dad, and then her husband within about 3 months. And we were there with her, so that's why I'm surprised to see her today. And Angela Johnson, all the way from Tampa. Oh my gosh. And then my daughter with the video camera back there. And Darlena has, y'all know Darlena gonna be leaving me in February of next year. Yeah, she's gonna be Darlena worked for the health department first, and then she came to work for Ken for 20 years. And then she's been with me for 5, it'll be 6. So is that 40 plus years? 37, almost 40 years. But I am thankful because when I asked Ken, hey, are you trying to take Darlena with you? Because if not, I need her to stay. And she agreed to stay. And it made the transition just that much smoother because I was the only newbie coming on. So I didn't know all the nuances of county government, and it's totally different from city. But she stayed on board, and I am thankful and grateful for that. And now having to juggle my county calendar, my FAC calendar, my National League of Cities calendar, my church calendar, my community calendar. So I am thankful and grateful for her and her family because she's missed a lot of her family things being with me. So to staff, I know I get on y'all nerves sometimes, but I love you too. And I try to show that during Christmas. I make sure every person in this room gets a gift from me to let you know at the end of the year how much I appreciate you. But so anywho, y'all made me mess up my makeup, and I spent a lot of time on it this morning.
Commissioner Flowers, thank you for your comments because you touched on your religion and your faith. You talked on your family. You talked about your residents in this community. You talked about your colleagues, staff. Touched on everybody and the importance of all of them and what they mean to you. They mean that same thing to all of us individually too. So again, congratulations. We have a small little lunch that we're going to have here. Yeah, and by the way, just so those folks that were here earlier know that I wanted to thank my colleagues and Jewel and Dawn and Barry for their personal contributions to cover this lunch. It's on us, not on county, not on our residents out there's pocketbook. So because we're being watched carefully. So, but we are here to celebrate you, and I just hope you have the most incredible week next week, culminating with that celebration and coronation, because it really is a big year coming, and we're as I said, we're all very proud of you from the depths of our heart. So proud of you for what you've accomplished. There you go. Love it. Any closing comments before we? Yes, Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you. I don't think I've ever told this story. If I have, I apologize. But it's about my friend, Commissioner Flowers. As y'all know, I had a little health issue. And there was a day or a few days that my family was told that I may not be here. So quite a few folks, hundreds if not thousands of people were praying for me. One Saturday in particular, and I'm sure that a lot of y'all got that text in early October when doctors told my family that I may not make it. There was one person, though, that when my wife texted, and my wife has a unique friendship with Dr. Flowers because they spend time together at different events, cutting up and whatnot. But there was one person that when they got that text said, "Can I come up and sit with you?" And Dr. Flowers wasn't coming to sit with me because I was in la-la land, unconscious and on the quote-unquote good stuff, dreaming about heaven knows what. But she wanted to come up and spend time with my wife, which had I been in Tampa or Clearwater would have been nice, whatnot. I was 3 hours away. And I think there weren't too many people that made that offer. But that says something about the person that you are. And, I love you. My whole family loves you. And, not only is Pinellas County lucky to have you, but the state of Florida is soon lucky to have you as well. Oh, yeah. And she got me because I needed a cough, I had a cough pillow because I had, the surgery was in my stomach. I had 4 of them. And I still have intense stomach pain sometimes. And I still use that puppy as a cough pillow. And my wife caught me sleeping with it one time and sent Commissioner Flowers the photo.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. And again, that just speaks to who you are, Commissioner Flowers, so, yeah. All right, and we're going to go ahead and break for lunch then, and, oh, I'm sorry, Brian, go ahead.
Oh, just one quick thing. Renee, I just want to say I appreciate your friendship, and I'm incredibly proud of you.
Yeah, we're going to, where are we having it? Photos first, excuse me, sorry. We're going to have families in the photos too, so nobody leave anywhere. I almost blew that. So we're going to have pictures with the commission and Flowers and Barry and Jewel up there. And then we're going to have pictures with the family. And then we're going to have Renee have pictures with the family. So we're going to have real pictures, and then we'll get some eating going, all right? All right,
And for the clerk's purpose, can we go ahead and declare the meeting adjourned?
yeah, no, I was just about to do that. Meeting is officially adjourned.